Welcome back to Renascence. It is session 134 and possibly the second to last, third to last. We're really getting down to it. So here we go. Last time, you guys had engaged with the Belasco's Bane, Losharog's flying warship, and launched a boarding action from below using the Gatewatch's verdigris little destroyer, flying up underneath it and rising up around the deck. You unloaded on the crew. You had the support of a very heavily armored giant mech and a series of autonomous flying armors. And within 20 seconds, you guys had killed Bloodbeard and forced Losharog to effectively abandon ship as he teleported himself and his closest allies off the ship and somewhere into the ocean. Probably about a mile away, if you had to guess. From there, you guys mopped up on the ship. You dispelled the trap that was luring a Warren to what was sure to be a grisly end, and were able to capture a handful of survivors below deck after, I believe it was Gideon, unloaded a gigantic orb of maddening darkness that killed probably 70% of the crew in like one go. It was a
good move.
That was a good move. It was a good move. It's a real shame they had open grading on the lower decks. That was not wise of them. So, having secured Belasco's Bane, disabling the lightning spires, or at least preventing them from being used against the East Alliance Navy, you guys set to catching your breath and getting a sense of where Losharog was going. Lauren flew down to the sea, cast Commune with Nature, and was able to sense that Losharog was moving southeast in the company of those allies that he teleported with, as well as one of those enormous hungering spawns. At the same time, from Belasco's Bane, you guys could see the East Alliance Navy engaging with Losharog's flotilla off to the west. You could see beams firing up out of the ocean, likely from more of those spawns. And the Gatewatch felt it would be prudent if you guys were to divide and conquer at this point. With Belasco's being under your control, they could take it, they could use it against the enemy, and you guys could take the verdigris and follow Losharog. You guys hatched a plan to cut him off by using the verdigris' capacity to plane shift to teleport off plane, and then fly back down to the surface, directly into the center of the Sea of Halan, in the midst of that column of red light that has been growing over the past few months. And from there, you begin to dive. And over the course of about 4 hours, you continued to sink until finally you reached an incredible depth and found the ruins of a massive, arcanely enchanted tower complex resting on the floor of the ocean. You found hundreds of those spawns gathered around the base of these towers, moving erratically against the earth and the foundations. You investigated the uppermost chamber of that tower and found seal wrapped around an opening that seemed to lead to another world. And as you investigated this place, you got the sense that this place had been built not just to shut off a gateway or portal, but to actually contain an entire plane lying somewhere below the bedrock. And it looked like this was what La Shirog hoped to reach. This is what the Leviathan cult had been founded to free this realm and its apparent lord, the Leviathan. You also found the skeletal remains of a single individual who, on closer inspection, was garbed in warden's gear and a cloak. Lauren recognized this as her father, Volos, and when she reached out to touch him, she heard his voice reaching out from the seal. And for a little while, Volos's soul was able to project itself out and make contact with you. You were able to talk for a little while. You were able to learn a little bit about what happened to him, how he had been separated from his expedition, how he had fled down here hoping to understand what it was that was upsetting these monsters down in the deep, and cut off both physically and magically from all outside contact. He, upon realizing what this place was, made a very dire decision to bind his own soul to the seal, trying to reinforce it, trying to strengthen it and keep it closed. And it looks as though his body perished down here, though his soul persists. There was some discussion about whether or not to free him from this now, or how it could be done, or what to do, but ultimately, you guys decided it would be best to regroup with the ship, the Verdigris, and begin sailing on an intercept course. Hypothetically, you could catch La Shirog before he got anywhere close to this place. Here's hoping that works out for you. So
there's a chance.
There is a chance. I think we wrapped up last session with a short conversation via sending. You guys were able to actually make contact with Alexei. You heard that the battle back topside, back west, had ended, and that the East Alliance Navy had been successful. And come morning, you guys would be able to at least try to discuss further plans of what to do. So we're picking up. It is the night of the 35th of Earndeath, the third month of the year. Spring is on its way. But down here in the depths, it is just endless, hazy red lights in every direction.
Hey, you guys, that would be a really funny idea.
What's that?
What's that?
Go fishing?
That is not a funny idea, Barnaby. That's just practical. But you know what? It's a good idea. You go ahead and go fishing. I don't think you'll believe in this conversation anyway.
Roger.
So is the area, like, around the door to this place? Because I assume that this is the central, like, room.
Are we talking about the temple? The ruin?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you guys left the ruin. That is like a few hours
like,
behind you.
Yeah, like back there, because my brain is full troll right now. So
okay, so backing up. Sure. So what is the question exactly?
Was it a single entrance?
No. It looked as though there was sort of a circular terrace that kind of wrapped around that level. There was a staircase that led up to that peak of the tower. Just the one staircase, but the terrace kind of wrapped around the entire top side, and there were entrances at like each cardinal direction that you could enter this chamber from.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like a massive, like enormous belfry, just open
Gotcha.
to the elements.
I had the idea, and then it occurred to me that it won't work, and I know it's not going to work, but I'm still going to tell you the idea just because it's funny. My brain went, what would happen if we drew a lot of fake sigils and then just put one that actually, like a glyph of warding that actually worked in there?
I mean, the whole place was covered in sigils anyway, so...
Yeah, no, I know, but my brain was like, yeah, then they're gonna spend all the time trying to make sure that the sigils that they're walking on are fine, and then, they might eventually go, these are all fake, and then just walk across the cliff.
And boom, the real one.
Right. But, yeah, it won't work because it's underwater.
I was gonna toss out there that, very small retcon, but if there was a chance that Noelle could have grabbed any piece of the ruins while we were there, I would. Like just a chunk of rock that came off of it.
That is definitely doable. It is a very old and heavily eroded structure.
Okay.
There's definitely rubble lying around.
Just for the sake of, I don't even know if it would work, but if we, in an emergency, needed to, try to teleport there or something.
Okay.
Having a piece of it could help.
I mean, you could always take a piece of the corpse.
Doesn't quite work that way, unfortunately.
If it belongs there.
I think that was the only retcon-y thing I had question-wise. So it's the middle of we're partway through a rest right now. Is that where we're starting?
I think we were starting off rest at this point. We were basically on the cusp of starting a long rest. I think you guys, like I said, you're about 3 or 4 hours out, so it's maybe 12 miles from the tower.
Right.
So, did you guys want to continue on this northwestern trajectory? Still trying to get in Loshrog's path? What's the thinking right now?
I think we're gonna stop here because I don't think we want to get more than a full day's travel out from the tower.
Okay. So bring the ship to a stop.
I think we'll just pause it here while we try to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And if we get any sightings of giant worms or something, then we'll know we need to move or whatever. But I don't suspect he'll be here in the next 6-ish hours.
Okay.
So I guess we just try to rest.
Easy enough to do, although there are not a lot of comfortable places. It's a very cramped little vessel, and you've got a lot of wardens amongst you. But there's enough hammocks available, given there's a night shift and a day shift here, that you guys can tuck in and get some sleep.
Oh, I do remember we were going to do a hero's feast before bed too, just in case. And the lore needed to roll for the hit points.
You weren't supposed to eat before you went to bed.
I think we'll make an exception in this case.
Today we are.
Sorry.
Hot cramp, I'm blaming you.
Is Johnny there?
Yeah, I'll roll the dice. And I will let you know.
Okay. What are you snickering about, Cat?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
13 extra hit points.
Cool.
Temporary hit points for everybody. Well, no. Your
Increase
hit
max
points-
HP by 13.
Yeah.
So this is replacing the original, or not the original, but the last increase to your max HP.
Yeah.
So what is everybody's new HP totals? So I have those.
Noel, 177 max hit points.
177?
Yeah.
On Noel?
On
Dude,
Noel?
it's the Amulet of Health. We went over this last time.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I was like, what the hell?
That's crazy. Okay.
Noel is 74.
74 on Snowell.
John's at 205.
Okay.
Harmony's 167.
Just to be clear, we're level 14, right?
Yes.
Cat, it's the final battle.
No, I know. The reason I'm going, is because I have 112, and that feels low compared to everybody else.
I have a magic item that's artificially
I'm at
buffing
133.
I had you at 120 last I looked. Burberry. Let me double check.
It might be because I might have accidentally switched my max HP to my current HP on accident.
Yeah, last time we talked, I had you at 120, it says.
All right.
Or no, 131. 131 was the last time.
Okay, I'll set it at that. Sorry about that.
Or I guess, no,
For what it's
131 might
worth,
actually have been...
131 would be exactly where they'd be with the previous Heroes Feast.
Okay, that would... So 133 would be your current.
Yeah, 133 makes
your new
sense.
current. Gotcha.
Sorry, thank you.
Hey, are we doing a Heroes Feast?
Yep.
We did.
Oh. What's the health bonus for that
Additional
thing?
13 on top of your current max hit points.
So with my 10 hit points, that puts me up at
218.
yeah, 218.
Okay.
I forget what the other status effect is for that.
It does a lot of stuff. Can't remember it all.
Advantage on
Okay.
wisdom saving throws and immunity to fear, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, okay. I knew it was the anti-fear, but I couldn't remember the other.
I think Lauren's at 133 and Adlar's at 103.
What?
Lauren would be at 133
Yeah.
and Adlar's at 103.
Guys, we got him above power word kill.
For one hit.
Well, that's good.
As long as he doesn't take 3 damage.
I think we're all above power word kill.
Yep.
It works out.
Still got so much hit points, except for Snowell. She's looking terrible.
Yeah, he's not doing too hot.
Poor girl.
Alright. And eat the face, sadly. Dang face.
Burritos.
Oh, he's gonna die in the first round anyway. Aren't you, boy?
Oof.
Poor Bark.
It happens every time.
I built him for companionship, not battle. Even though I did put a
He has a
flamethrower on.
flamethrower in his mouth.
Well, how else am I gonna cook sausages when I'm out on the lake?
It's a great question.
This is the important stuff.
Are you sure you didn't make him for combustion instead of combat?
I mean, he's got it, so I might as well use it.
Or would that be conflagration?
I mean, he can do
Right.
that. I had to tone it down, or else I fried a whole bunch of weenies.
Thank you, Noel.
So, okay. So, new hit point totals. And the other benefits of Heroes Feast are partaking of. You guys have a big, hearty meal in this very cramped boat. I don't know, anything in particular that you add to this meal, Lauren?
What do you mean add to it?
I don't know. I mean, it's a big feast.
The meal is whatever you conjure it to be.
Yeah.
Sushi.
Big sushi.
It's her last meal. She's gonna eat her favorite food.
It's just a giant. It's like the whole ship smells like fish by the end of this.
Big
I'm playing
sushi
at home.
bar. Okay.
All right. Any watches taken, or are you gonna leave that to the crew?
Probably leave that to the crew.
Fair.
Although, I do think Noah would probably only get as minimum sleep as possible, so I would be only out for 6 hours and then
Sure.
hang out for the wake up early for the first 2.
But actually, do set my max at. Oh wait, never mind. I was confused for a bit. Ignore me.
133.
Yes, I was going through old version histories, and my max HP's been 112, and the highest of the max HP's before it went to 112 was 133. It was just or no, it was 120.
I think you were at 20 because you and Lauren had the same amount of hit points on this last level up.
Oh, okay.
So,
I mean, I'm not going to say no to the extra.
I don't think it's extra. I think that's just where you were. It's just been. It's like you leveled up, then immediately had a hero's feast for the next combat.
Yeah.
So, you guys will tuck in for the night, get some rest. It is maybe not the most restful night of sleep you've ever had. This blinding red light is still filling the ocean all around you, and the handful of small portholes that kind of open up a view of the outside. It's just blinding beams of this light kind of shooting it and filling the ship. Even in the crew's quarters, which don't have any windows, there's still enough of this light kind of bouncing through the door that it's kind of a nuisance. On top of that, your ship is continuing to kind of very quietly kind of vibrate and buzz with this uncanny vibration, this energy, as you have dived so close to the source of this light. That unsettling feeling, that nausea that's kind of overtaken you as you've dived, that persists even into sleep. And it is not a pleasant night. In fact, I am going to need...
House goes.
I don't think that's how this works.
House goes.
Not quite what we're doing here. I am going to need everyone to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, I like those.
Say it nose goes. I'm not affected. Let me get it.
I will roll for Noel. 25 for Noel.
Okay, success.
21 for Snowell.
Okay, success.
Oh, I rolled a d12. 1 second.
DM, is this a particular charmed effect?
This is not a charm.
Someday I'll get a bonus off of that. That's a 7.
Okay, so 2 failures.
I got a 16.
16, success.
I got a 15.
Meets it, beats it. Adlar, please.
Oh, shit. Alright, Adlar.
You do it, Adlar.
He has a +0.
You're kind of charismatic.
I got more charisma than him.
All right. So, Burberry, Barnaby, and Adlar all fail. I need you guys to roll a d10 for me.
10.
6.
Latest breaking the rule. Nose goes. That's a 1.
A 1. I got a 1 too.
2 1s and a 6. Interesting.
I'd
So-
roll a different one. Just
What's
for
going to happen?
curiosity's
A
sake.
sneeze a tentacle?
Okay.
After
I don't think you need a
Completing.
charisma save to stop from sneezing a tentacle.
After completing a long rest down here, this close to this very clearly evil force. A few of you awaken from your long rests under the effect of an abyssal corruption.
Okay.
Burberry. You are afflicted with the following flaw. Bloodlust.
That's what I already have.
I enjoy killing for its own sake, and once I start, it's hard to stop.
Didn't get that.
That's a good attitude to have today, actually. So,
Adlar and Barnaby, meanwhile, gain the flaw treachery. I can only achieve my goals by making sure that my companions don't achieve theirs.
Oh no.
Well, that's gonna be a problem.
So,
No.
Barbie wakes up and just starts shooting everyone.
so Noel, obviously you said you were going to be the first one up.
Yeah.
You woke up early.
I slept
kind of
really
took a
well,
watch.
actually.
You slept as well as could be
I
expected.
rolled a
You're
25,
rested.
man. I don't know what you want from me.
I'm telling you, it's still nauseating down here.
I
It's
have
not
nausea
great.
pills. That's why I have dark
Is
vision.
that all I needed to do? Give me some of those.
Fight your ass. It is a quiet 2 hours of watch. And I think a very, very dull 2 hours because there's nothing happening out there. You can go hang out in the cockpit and look out the windows.
I'm playing tic-tac-toe with a couple.
Watch the red. Yeah, it's there's nothing happening. It is dead quiet. It's just the creaking of the ship.
Play chess with Burberry. He'll keep chucking the pieces off the ship.
Until you hear some movement from down below as the crews begin to kind of shift change, and you do hear the voices of your companions as they begin to rouse themselves alongside the morning crew. With your passive perception, I'll just tell you, there's a little bit of tension in the air from the sound of things. You can hear something sounds off down below.
Just with the crew, like people are talking.
You're not quite able to put your finger on it, but there's just like this elevated level of tension amongst many of the crew members on the vessel. And there's a couple moments where you could swear you actually hear members of the Emeralds kind of snapping or raising their voice as well.
Berber's going to sketch how pretty the arterial blood spray is going to be whenever we take off Lasharog's head.
Oh, you stop. I'm trying to make some dinner. Breakfast, whatever time it is right now.
It's breakfast time. Good morning, everyone. Are you okay down here?
Yeah, everything's fine. Why do you ask? Adler's just like arms crossed against the far side of the cabin, just fucking watching everyone with this like really just wide-eyed, kind of crazed look in his eye.
That was a
Is
perfect.
Lauren awake yet?
Yeah, you're all waking up at this point.
Okay.
Oh, it's a morning that's filled with vitality.
There you go again.
Guys, what the fuck's happening?
He'll lean into you and
Nothing
he'll
more
be like,
fun.
I don't know, but those two are acting fucking weird.
What? What are you talking about?
Listen to them, they're crazy. Half the crew is going crazy. There's something fucked up about this place.
Don't listen to Nutso over there. He's been babbling all about all sorts of things.
Hey, Cajun boy, shut up.
Well, we need to kill Lasharog, so
I say I
Ooh, I like
resemble
that idea.
remark.
we probably should start making plans to
Yeah,
do.
let's get upstairs, guys. I think the cabin fever's starting to get to all of you.
I don't have a fever.
It's an expression, Barnaby.
You might.
It's a dumb one.
We can agree on one thing.
Edward,
Lately,
are you okay?
Fine, yeah. Why?
All right, she's gonna roll an insight check. Roll sus. 15 plus Lauren numbers. 15 plus 9.
24. 15 plus 9. It's a lot. Sure, let's see. Okay. Yeah, you can tell, like, Adlar definitely has there's a hint of his usual, like, playing something off tone to his voice, but he's not concealing this new edge very well. He does not sound like himself. He sounds off. He sounds very off.
His pulse is quickening.
Burberry, are you okay?
Positively effervescent.
I'll be honest, Burberry doesn't seem that different to me.
Burberry just said,
It's a little more like Barry, a little more like Burr today. That's all.
No.
He just won't shut up about it.
He has not put that sketchbook down all morning.
Burberry's...
You don't want to see what's inside it.
Wait, Burberry, can I see your sketchbook? You know how much I like your drawings.
Oh, of course, here you go.
I love
Although I don't know what's going on or who killed the mood.
What's
Uh-huh.
in the sketchbook?
Again, the beauty of an arterial blood spray.
Lauren's gonna look at Noelle and be like, Noelle, can I speak to you for just...
He took all of my red crayons.
Why, yes, you can.
Which was exactly 0, I'll have you know.
All of my red crayons.
I wish you had red crayons.
I think something
Wish I did
happened
too. I don't have
last
any anymore.
night.
Yeah, there's something wrong with them.
No,
I think they're going to
Adlar,
fuck
I
up
need
the whole
no.
plan.
She walked away from Adlar.
He's like following you, like whispering in your ear, like
I
there's
feel like
something
she's
wrong
like,
with
okay,
them.
honey, here, go find us some breakfast. And
I'm not eating what he's cooking. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Adlar is absolutely unable to get anything done this morning.
Excuse you.
Yes, excuse me.
Adlar, there's
You've been doing is
rations.
sitting in the corner talking to yourself.
There's rations on the shelf upstairs. Just go get them.
He just kind of like side eyes you, Noelle, and like pauses for a moment before he
See, unable to do anything.
He begins to walk towards the door, but he's still like watching you guys over his shoulder before he finally closes it.
Alright, go quick, Lauren.
Lauren is gonna like pull Noelle to the side and be like, something is wrong with Adlar. And Burberry. Burberry's drawing blood and viscera and dead bodies all over their sketchbook, and that is not Burberry. Burberry hates killing people. Burberry, see, wait 1 second. Let me prove my point. Burberry, would you like to kill thousands of people with me today?
I don't think there's that many available.
Okay.
It's not a no.
What about 6 specific ones, as gruesomely as possible? Like their limbs are everywhere, blood everywhere, you know.
Gruesome? No, gruesome's
being
not
so
necessary. Gruesome's more your bag, Lauren.
Thought you wanted to kill people. Actually, you know what? Maybe we don't need to kill Lashrog and everybody else.
He probably definitely should die.
The Burberry thing is more subtle, but I do see it a little bit. Adlar definitely seems like he's got up on the wrong side of the bed, though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Same with Barnaby. And like
I'd
half
say
of the crew.
you would also notice, like, yeah, about half the crew is also probably in a similar state. There's varying degrees of unrest being expressed here. Similar to Burberry's, very understated bloodlust, this suspicion and concern over treachery. There's also a lot of like boasting and gloating coming from from the crew. And I think that there's maybe 2 people on the upper deck who you can hear actually very loudly, kind of actually. It actually almost sounds like a fight above deck. It sounds like it's coming from a couple of places. There's a lot of raised voices around them. And scuffling.
Go check that out.
I think Noelle would go up to Burberry and say, hey, I know it's not really in your vibe today necessarily, but if you could prepare calm emotions, I think we might need it.
Right, I guess. Seems way so special, though.
To get the crew all working together, I think it might be necessary this morning.
You know, effectiveness could be good.
I think so. Want to kill people, right? Thumbs up. Alright, I'm going.
Big grinchy smile. So I think over the course of the morning, you guys would eventually find there are a couple of crew members who have actually been like actively subdued by the rest of the crew, and I think they would come to you guys pretty quickly with that, saying they're acting absolutely out of control. I don't understand what's wrong with it. I mean, half the crew is losing their minds, but these two actually attacked us, and then they're still fighting the ropes. I don't know what to do about it. We've got them locked up in the gun deck, but.
I mean, this being in this space, this close to that energy source, seems to having its effects on people. At least that's what I think is going on. It's pretty extreme, and it's not like we've been in this submarine for that long.
Are you sure you're out of red crayons?
Yes.
Shame.
That's a nice collection, too.
We could try an experiment if Burberry is willing to cast calm emotions. Just see if we can get everybody to chill out a little bit.
Now?
Well, when, if not now?
I thought this was to make us more effective before. It's... Alright, fine, whatever.
But we need to plan, is the thing.
I suppose steady hedge would help a lot. Okay. Hold on, let me see if this affects me or not.
Is there a save with calm emotions?
I think technically.
Yeah, it's a charisma save.
Yeah, I don't think this... you might be stuck with a Bloodlust Burberry, because I don't think this affects me, but...
Each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose, so you could just put it in a spot that you're not.
Well, that's the thing. So I don't think Burberry would necessarily... I don't think Burberry's noticed. So I don't think he's trying to exclude himself. I just don't know if that's going to be a side effect. Because I've never made a calm emotion saving throw for this before. But I've never needed to.
Yeah.
DM, what's your rolling?
For calm emotions?
Mm-hmm. Do I need to include myself in the saving throw?
I mean, you attempt to suppress strong emotions of a group of people, each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose if you're in the radius.
Okay.
So.
Alright, well, I'm assuming most people are
20 feet will get
20
you
feet?
a chunk of the crew. Not everyone, but it'll get you a chunk of the crew.
20-foot radius.
Okay, 20-foot radius, so 40 feet.
Yeah.
That's not nothing. Let's see.
If we're going to make this effective, we probably should pull everyone within...
Yeah, let's get as many people as can leave their posts who are...
range, and definitely within the range of the two crazies upstairs.
Yeah, we'll try and get as many people in it as possible.
Okay. So for the sake of progressing here a little bit, there will be some pushback, definitely, from the more ornery, discontented, disgruntled members of the crew this morning, but you will eventually herd everyone into a tight enough quarters to try and get a calm emotion spell cast on them.
Oh, no, what you tell them is you tell them that you're actually casting Zone of Truth, and that'll get your suspicious people right in there.
Whatever works.
Whatever works. So, see.
Okay.
You
You gotta
choose
beat a
fail the
16.
save if they want. But would you want to fail the save, Burberry?
Okay, Cat does not know. And Cat rolled high enough that could make a difference. So, evens I fight, odd I don't.
All right.
Evens. So that is an 18. So I'm sorry.
Burberry will fight through his own calm emotions.
Okay. That's fine.
I think most of the crew.
Because I'm perfectly calm.
I feel like you're going to have a mix of crew fighting and not fighting. So there will be kind of a mixed effect here. Some of the disgruntled, corrupted crew, shall we say, you will see them kind of sedated slightly by this spell. Their energy kind of dips. They get a little kind of like heavy eyes and a little quiet. Some of the crew remain fully lucid, and there's definitely a sense of suspicion around this play. You can tell, like, some of the crew are just like, "What are you doing? Why are we doing this? This is stupid." Like they're actively, you can feel them kind of fighting the spell. Would Barnaby and Adlar fight this?
I don't know what the heck's going on, so that's a 9.
Well, you would also feel sedated. That said, Barnaby, while you feel calmer, you will still harbor.
Oh, I figured as much. I figured it wouldn't get rid of that. Yeah.
For the time being. Adlar will also fail his save. That's an @1. And he will also kind of fall quieter and just kind of lean against the hull of the ship. Things are sedated for a minute here.
I guess the real test would be to see what happens when the spell wears off.
Well, that'll happen in about a minute.
And in another minute, you will watch as the sedation lifts from the affected members of the crew, and they largely resume behaving as they had been before the spell was cast. Does not seem to have had much of a lasting effect.
Yeah.
Whatever's at play here is a lot more powerful than a charm or fear effect.
Well, whatever's at play here is just more powerful in general, judging by the thing I tried to go head-to-head with yesterday.
Yeah, that didn't seem fun. All right, well, let's get as much planning done as we can. We don't know how much time we have, so we have to be careful about how we use it.
Not fun, but very effective.
We kind of have two options, guys. We can either try to intercept Lasharog somewhere in the ocean here, using Aloran's commune with nature to kind of pinpoint him. Or we can just head right back to the temple and set up an ambush.
I'm voting for ambush, mainly because if we do manage to intersect Lasharog, he has that terribly annoying teleporter thing, and he could just take himself straight to the temple anyway.
Well, that's true.
I would prefer to go back to the temple, I think. Because that way he will probably have no use of actually using that spell.
Did the teleport thing?
Yeah.
I do worry that if he does
Wait,
was
there an anti-teleport thing in
We don't know.
that zone?
I know that sending magic is pretty spotty here.
Because if there is not a teleport anti-thing, if I have 24 hours, I suppose I can stop him from getting in.
I don't know if you have 24 hours. You probably did yesterday.
Sorry, I was busy with far more interesting things yesterday. Like that sigil.
Which one?
Sigil? Oh, the full sigil. Very
I
interesting.
see. Just looking at the whole temple. I think that intercepting when he gets to the temple is certainly more of a sure thing, but the teleport that he does is going to be a problem no matter what, because assuming one can teleport while they're there, he can go wherever the hell he wants in the temple and we can't stop him. If we were going to create a blockade, we could do it a couple miles out and know for sure that he will not be getting anywhere close to the temple, even if he does teleport. That's the big advantage of intercepting.
We'll get to go head to head with him, won't we?
That's the goal.
Delicious goals. Anyway.
I don't honestly know if there is a right answer. It's kind of just down to what we think we're more confident being able to pull off.
I feel more confident finding him in the temple than out at sea.
Noel, what spell slot is your teleporty thing again?
Actual teleport? That's 7th level magic. I can do that one time.
The one that you require the thing from the place. Is that actual
That's
teleport?
teleport.
Well, I suppose we could try to intercept for a few miles out, and if we fail to intercept, then we can teleport back to the temple.
We may be able to teleport to the temple.
Maybe. This whole thing is a very long string of maybes.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to hinge the whole plan on that, but
I will say that if we're trying to stop things from happening, probably shouldn't have a fight at the temple, considering those sigils are a little bit finicky, and we do tend to be just a little bit destructive whenever we get magic-y.
yeah, I have a lot of concerns about fighting at the temple. We don't know what Lasharog is gonna do once he's there. I mean, presumably he wants to dismantle it.
I mean, that's just breaking the runes, isn't it?
Maybe. We don't know. Maybe he knows about some secret off button or something, and he gets there and we lose, you know? That's what I'm most worried about. I feel like it's just burr.
Adlar will just lean in again, the Lord. Like, I'm telling you, something's fucking off with him.
Something's off with you.
What are you talking about? I'm being perfectly reasonable. Burry's being a weirdo.
I mean, yes, Burberry is being weird, but so are you. I said that with love, okay?
Is Adlar's
Fucking
idea
Squinty side eye.
is Adlar's idea of treachery just being catty?
I mean, he's definitely sticking very close to a Lord. Like, he's like fucking like at her shoulder, you know, just like hunched over, just like whispering in her ear a lot of the time, just like fucking talking shit. Mostly.
I mean, out of character, at least he trusts someone.
Yeah.
He's doing us versus them.
All Barnaby's been doing all morning is polishing his gun. It's worrying me.
Yeah, he also disassembled and reassembled it like twice.
Wants to make sure it's working.
Effectively.
DM, I'd like to talk to one of the guards.
Sure.
Could
Which
you
one?
point me to the place where that engine is?
Hang on.
We did just have a whole meeting about how nobody's being trustworthy right now.
he like looks at you and he kind of sizes you. Like you get this weird feeling like he's like sizing you up.
Wait, quick question before this. One, has any of the other suspicious crew members had this idea already? Because they've had all morning.
Probably not.
Okay.
Not
and two, do we have any guards on the engine room?
There are guards in the engine room. Yeah.
We got
At least
there are a
This
handful
is the-
of guards there.
I don't think
The guy you're asking though, he like sizes you up, but he'll kind of like nod and say, "Yeah, Barnaby, right?"
Yes.
He'll start leading you towards the stairwell, and he'll be like, "I mean, engine room's on the bottom level. What are you planning? You think we could take the ship?"
What?
I think between the two of us, I think we could take this whole thing. I mean, look at this thing. This warship is a beauty. I've seen how you handle that gun.
This is delightful. Terrible,
You
but
stand at my
delightful.
right side.
He's offering to make you his number 2.
Barnaby has a new idea. I'm gonna nod along as till we get to the engine.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he's walking downstairs, and it's literally as you're leaving the crew quarters at the front of the ship on the bottom level. There's 2 doors, one to your left, one to your right. The right door leads to the stairwell. The left door leads to the engine room. So he leads you to that door, and he says, "So there's usually like 3 guys in there, manning the engine at any given time. What, you think we take them out, like disable the ship, and what? Just take a climb? What's the play?"
I'm thinking we go under the guise of looking over the engine, seeing if I can't make any optimizations to it. Give us a little boost.
Yeah. Okay. And then
Can we roll perception to see if we notice it?
I kind of don't want to.
I don't like the same. I feel like we're so wrapped up.
No, I need to. We're less effective at murder if the ship is broken.
I mean, Burberry's corrupted, so he would be probably watching everyone a little bit more closely. He's got some itches that
the
might need
horns
scratching.
Just doing damage.
Yeah,
control.
no, Burberry's too entranced in the argument. He rolled a 2.
Okay.
Without add-ons, but Burberry doesn't have that many.
So the crew member is looking at you, Barnaby. He's like, so after we get in there, what do we do?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Because there's a bunch of fuel lines leading to here, right?
I mean, there's
Burberry's gonna kill us all.
conduits, I think. It's like a big crystal that fuels this place, right? And
Right.
he'll like point to some of the piping where you can see there's like this glowing light that's kind of like running through it to various parts of the ship, and that's all hooked up to the engine.
So
This is
say
how
we interfere with
Barnaby's
some of
gonna
that.
Hit kill us all.
Say we interfere with some of that up front here. Get them to come out of their little hidey hole.
Okay.
And we get into the engine room. And when they come back, we knock them all out. Seems simple enough, right?
Yeah. I like this plan. I'm glad I thought of it. So we take out the crew in the engine room. We have
Yep.
control of the engine.
Yep.
And then if everyone else doesn't do what we ask,
Well, I figure then we just, do our best to take control of the ship from there.
yeah. I mean, we can hold the ship hostage basically that way. And we've got
Exactly.
everybody's lives in our hands. We would just blow the whole thing up if they don't comply. That's smart. That's smart. I'm glad I recruited you for this. Come on, let's go. So what's your plan, Barnaby? You gonna cut a fuel line?
I'm thinking so. The equivalent of, I may have to pinch a tube or something to stop the flow.
Sure. Okay. There are these pipes, effectively, metal pipes, but they are clearly filled with something that is kind of rushing through the ship, and they are faintly glowing as a result of whatever is inside. So if you would like to try and breach or pinch or cut or whatever, just say what, and I'll tell you what to roll.
Right. So I think I'm going to take my little multi-tool screwdriver kit thingy, use it as a wrench.
Okay.
I'm basically just going to clamp it down until I make a good old pinch on that there tubing. Enough to damage it.
Okay. Not puncture, but definitely like crimp it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll say then go ahead and give me a intelligence check with your proficiency since you're using your tool.
Uh-huh. That is 17.
Easily done. You get to one of these lines, kind of right along near the ceiling, wrap the wrench around it, and just clamp down. And within seconds, there is a sudden buildup of light on the near side of that crimp, and the far side begins to go dark. You can tell that the flow of this magical energy is definitely has been stopped and is now building up behind the crimp. And after about 5 or 6 seconds, there is a as the pipe bursts and this strange fluid begins to shoot out of it like a steam jet, very quickly sublimating into a very bright bluish mist that begins to fill this room. Could I get you to give me a Constitution saving throw real quick?
Also, before it blows, I'm just going to stow my tool in my bag of holding for what it's worth.
Okay.
That is a 20.
20? Okay, so you'll take half of this. So you take 10 force damage as you are bathed in very intensely concentrated arcane energy. The guy next to you is hacking. He failed his save and is looking very pale all of a sudden. At the same time, the door to the engine room pops open, and you see a couple of the crew pop out and just be like, "What happened? What happened?"
I'm going to pull out my gun. I caught this here guy trying to interfere with this.
What? No! It was him! He points to you.
He was bursting the pipe. I ain't coughing. He's the one who's coughing.
He's going to pull a fucking sword. Does an 18 hit you?
Let's see. I think that mates it. Yep, mates it.
Okay. So he unsheaths his scimitar, and he is going to deal 9 slashing damage to you, Barnaby. As he says, "He's sabotaging the ship! This place is getting to him!" What are you doing now with your gun out? Are we firing?
That's a good question.
Firing will make everybody know that you just shot something because it's so loud.
Barnaby does know this. I'm
but
still
I would
going
love
to go
to see
on.
what you do without your gun.
I do have other weapons aside from Bertha, thank you.
I know, but you've never used them.
I have used them on the island.
How
A
long
handful
ago
of
was
times.
Anyways,
that? Wasn't that pre-Bertha?
no, Bertha's always been a thing. I am gonna point my gun at him and I'll say, I'm gonna give you 3 seconds to walk with me to the brig, or else I am gonna shoot.
Give me an intimidation check.
Is all right. I'm not good at intimidating, but that is a 15.
Okay. On a 15, I think you brandish your weapon, kind of shove it in his face, and he's still kind of hacking, and his eyes are tearing up, going very red from this exposure. He looks very haggard and weak, and I think you kind of push his sword off of you and get that the barrel in his face, and he kind of freezes there. And I think he looks to you with some genuine panic in that moment. At the same time, the crew from the engine room are kind of like rushing him and are like wrapping their arms around his and like pinning them to his back. And they are dragging him towards the stairwell at this point. They're like, "Thanks, Bart. We've got it from here."
Anytime.
Meanwhile,
I'll give him a little salute.
The one remaining member of the engine crew is running back to the engine room, grabbing a mask and like cutting back towards the broken pipe, which is still blowing this blue mist into the air, with some tools and some spare parts, it looks like, to try and repair it. For the rest of you, in this very quick 5-10 seconds interval, there is a flicker in the lights to the ship, and they very quickly begin to dim until they are about half as bright as they were a second ago. And almost immediately after that, you hear some scuffling from the lower deck, and you hear someone yelling. You hear Barnaby's raised voice. You hear some other member of the crew's voice kind of echoing up through the stairwell. You hear doors opening, and then you hear footsteps leading up the stairs.
I'm sure it's nothing. I'll go toward that stairwell and I'll yell down, "Everything okay down there? We're losing a little power, I think."
Yeah, we had some dork try and break a pipe. I caught him, though.
Lauren's gonna insight check.
Yeah, I'd like to insight check that too.
I'm going to give you advantage on this because at the same time that you guys are yelling down the stairwell, you'll see, a couple of, relatively sane-looking crew dragging this hacking and coughing guy up the stairs with them, like between them, and between coughs, he's like, "No, it was Barnaby. Barnaby sabotaged the ship. We have to stop him."
Okay.
That's a nat 20 plus 1. Let's go.
I also got a 21 insight. I don't know what that means.
That's a 25.
225.
Yes.
Don't know.
Barnaby's been acting weird. And this guy's also acting weird, but he's casting shade on Barnaby now. And Barnaby's playing this off like it's no big deal.
Hey Barnaby,
None of
do you
this
know there's
feels
gumbo
right.
in the brig?
Oh, yes, there's definitely gumbo in the brig that I didn't do anything to.
Barnaby squints his eyes. You did what to my gumbo?
No,
Nothing.
I was
caught
keeping
in
it
the
down
brig.
there to keep it cold.
I didn't do anything.
I just heard one of the crew members put it there. So you should go to the brig and go check that out.
These are yelling at each other from like the stairwell, like yelling up and down stairs.
Do you need
It's
any more help with this pipe here real quick? As I talk to the guard member.
He is frantically trying to pull a valve, which seems to be cutting the flow a little bit, and he's also getting, it looks like some clamps in place to cut out a portion of this pipe and replace it. He says, no, I've got it, Barnaby. Don't worry, everything's under control.
All right, I'm gonna go check on this gumbo buffoonery.
Oh, Lauren's gonna follow him.
Okay, so Lauren pushes past the guy who's being dragged upstairs and down. She heads down to the lower level. You see the one engineer working on the pipe, and you see Barnaby pushing into the crew quarters.
I think sensing a Lauren's tension, I'll probably follow her.
Okay.
Decisions.
Such a bummer.
I guess I'll go look at the engine. We like a running ship. But don't worry, Barnaby. It tastes exactly the same.
Allegedly.
Somebody messed with it.
I remember when one of you folk put beer in my gumbo.
Wasn't me.
Well, it's not beer this time. It's not.
What do you mean
it's
not beer this time?
It's not beer this time.
Are we going to the brig?
Yep.
Well, there's not really a brig. There's.
I'm checking the engine.
Okay, so there's nobody in the engine room right now. The one remaining engineer on this level is out, just outside that door, working on a pipe.
Can I assist with the pipe? That is, I'm assuming, busted.
Looks like he's kind of got it under control. He's already cut some of the flow and is in the process of cutting out the damaged piece of hardware.
All right.
The engine room, meanwhile, looks to be pretty intact. It's still fully lit. It's probably the only room on the ship that's still fully lit. The crystal in the kind of massive tank at the back of the ship is still intact, same as you last saw it. Everything in here seems to be pretty well in order.
Good.
Thank God Burberry's just kill happy.
Always happy.
Barnaby,
sabotage the engine. I'll kill everyone.
No, I don't have enough. I don't have enough prowess for that. Plus, if I get caught, it'll be harder.
In the meanwhile, Barnaby, heading back towards his gumbo pot, you would find it wherever it was last left.
In the brig.
No, it's not really a brig. It's the crew's quarters. That's as much of a brig as there is. It's the large chamber.
You were the one who said brig.
There is no brig. I never said brig. You guys
actually said brig.
I think he said brig.
I didn't say brig.
I told him I'd send him to the brig.
You said brig.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes, I did not say brig.
Lauren, after he walks in there, she's gonna lock the door and be like, "You're not allowed out of here." And she is gonna lock the door with Barnaby in there.
You're gonna lock Barnaby in the crew quarters.
I don't think Barnaby will notice it first because he's more interested in his gumbo.
Sure.
Which nothing has been done to.
And then she'll go to Adlar and be like, "Adlar, I need you to make sure Barnaby."
What did they do to this? It tastes normal. It looks normal. Something looks
So you
different.
believe me? There's something wrong with him, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
He just sabotaged the ship.
You are the only other person on the ship that I can trust. There's something terrible happening in this ocean.
No, there's
We
something
have to stick
awful
together.
going on. And Barnaby can no longer be trusted for some fucking reason.
Should we just kill him?
No. What are you talking about, Adlar?
I'm just saying, it might be easier to manage if he's not walking around with that fucking gun.
We're not.
How is killing him the solution to that?
Actually, wait, John.
Well, he can't shoot the gun then.
John, can you watch over Barnaby? Because I think you could kill him if needed be. And then we could have Burberry bring him back to life.
We just kill everybody that we need to fix and bring them back to life.
I'm down for that.
Gun?
You would.
And you just leave Barnaby and stand front outside the door, so if he tries to break free, you can just use your muscles and push him back in and say, "No, bad Barnaby, bonk."
You have to say those exact words.
Sure.
Thank you. Barnaby could kill Adler very quickly. So, just a fucking fear.
This is true.
Yeah,
If
this
he
is.
seems reasonable, he's not. He just sabotaged the ship, so.
This is
I think
bad.
Yeah, I think Alorn's gonna go to the head of the ship and be like, alright, everybody, meeting upstairs right now.
Okay.
Let's go.
Coming.
Lost emeralds to the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an intercom, right? We could.
Does this
everybody.
include Barnaby?
No, Barnaby's locked up.
Okay.
I need to find out what they did to this. If it takes me the entire day, I'm gonna eat it all if I have to. Figure it out.
I didn't
Oh,
do
Lord.
anything.
She's gonna be so fed up, and she's gonna be like, once she gets everybody assembled, be like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with y'all. But we are trying to kill La Shirag, and you guys are at each other's goddamn throats and trying to sabotage us. I swear to God, I will personally lock all of you in the crew quarters until you get your shit together, okay? I'm not dealing with this. So,
And why are you getting mad at us?
because you're all acting like psychos.
What? No.
Alorn is gonna give you a very pointed look.
Burberry's just colored an entire page red.
Not the entire page. That's not accurate.
But I swear to God,
It's the
fighting
human
anything,
size.
we'll throw you in the brig, and whatever happens to you in there, okay? And by the way, Barnaby's in there with his gun. So,
You do realize this ship is moving, right?
yes, and
You do know I can blink out of existence.
I'm not locking you in the brig, Burberry, our makeshift brig, okay? You are weirding me out, but you're not trying to fuck us over. So, you're fine. But also,
Of course not.
Barnaby is actively trying to sabotage us. Any saboteurs are going in there, and that's it. Okay? Any questions? She's pointing around, pointing at people. Any questions? Questions?
Is it just the Lost Emeralds in here?
No, she's saying
She
this
collected
like-
everybody, or as many people
Oh,
as
okay.
could leave their post.
Okay, all right, that's mine. I thought that was just Lost Emeralds, so I was like, why are you?
Okay, I'll say, give me an intimidation check as you try and impose some order on the crew.
I mean, you can always just let me have anybody who doesn't listen.
Take a bardic inspiration.
What the fuck, Burberry?
I'm giving you advantage by helping.
Bardic inspiration a D10.
Yes.
Is it 10 or 12?
I thought it was 10 at this level. I thought next level was 12.
Does Burberry saying that comment give a Lord inspiration with an assist?
I suppose.
I'll roll
If
my
I'm going to
advantage.
be bloodthirsty, might as well use it to my advantage, just a little.
So,
Yeah, level 15 is a d12, so you get a d10 on top of that.
go D10. Okay. 26.
26. Okay.
And that is within spell?
Yeah, I rolled a 4 the first roll. So
Oof.
So, there is a very unsettling silence after this ultimatum is laid out, and there's a lot of glances being exchanged between the crew, wide-eyed, some a little bit more aggressive looking than others, but all of them taken aback by this. And after a couple moments, there's a few heads that kind of bend towards each other. So there's a few whispers exchanged, but you do see, for the most part, the crew does seem to kind of very tentatively nod in acceptance of this. you feel like you have exerted some amount of influence over whatever is overtaking the ship. You're not sure how long it'll hold or how long you can keep it up, but for the moment, they do seem to be pliable.
Yep. And I think at the very end, she'd be like, and just as a friendly reminder, I can turn into a T-Rex and eat all of you, if need be. Just, let you know.
Well, preferably a whale. T-Rex would drown.
Well, we're on the ship, that's currently.
I don't think a T-Rex would fit in here.
Well, you know what?
We're
That
all
would kill
drowning
everybody,
together.
though. It would completely crush up us against the walls.
But,
Everybody's too excited about this idea.
yeah.
I don't like it. I think we should strike before he does.
Adlaw, you're not above this brig rule.
Yeah, you're not. You're being very suspicious against everybody but me right now. You can go hang out with Barnaby and talk about your problems.
I don't want to hang out with Barnaby. He's a crazy person.
And you're also acting crazy, honey.
I am the only sane man on this ship.
Perfectly
Call it
sane.
honey!
We only have each other, Lauren.
All
We
right,
have
Noel's. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Like she's
Okay.
gonna bicker with Adler.
Yeah.
No,
That's how
okay.
they just go back and forth.
I'm gonna find any crew who I know can get this thing moving and that have been acting relatively normal.
Sure.
I just, out of character, I just realized something amazing.
Mm.
This is gonna be the only point in time when Burberry's totally chill with all the bloodshed he's seen.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh,
I'm gonna tell them I don't think we are gonna be able to wrangle people and get any kind of intercepting plan put together properly. So just take us back to the temple.
Should we be going closer to that thing? I
If we
If
go
this-
any further, we're gonna be like a day out from travel. And we don't know how close La Shirag is.
wouldn't it be nice if La Shirag's people suffered the attempting to stop whatever they're doing bit? That'd be so funny.
I feel like this is just for us and not them.
Oh, no, it's because we've been there, like, we've been within range for a certain amount of time, so they're not gonna have those effects. But, still funny.
If only.
Nice.
well,
I don't know. We can't really get further away from it without risking everything. At least it doesn't feel like it. Trust me, I wish I could turn. I wish this could be a democratic decision, but nobody except for Aloran seems to be acting normal.
okay. Then,
Yeah, sorry to go all superior macho, but I'm tired of all of this bullshit happening.
I told them to take us back to the temple.
Okay.
the ship will eventually do an about face as the repairs are completed and the crews are sort of reassigned to more productive stations. And before long, you are moving again back in the direction of the ruin.
Oh, I think a good idea would be to pair crew members, like sane crew members with non-sane crew members.
Yeah, we could spend a little time
Jesus!
making a buddy system.
Sure.
Who am I going to be paired with?
You're
Okay.
paired with us. You're not allowed to
Yeah,
leave
the
our
Lost Emeralds are a pair. They're a quintuple pair.
Well, all
So,
right
David,
then.
sorry for locking you in a closet.
I know one of you did something to my gumbo, and I'm going to find out what. When I find out who it is, well,
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me either. I didn't do anything. I just said something.
let's just say you're going to get the burnt ball gumbo.
I think he means to poison you.
I mean, to be fair,
It's a lot
I
of
mean-
that over the next couple of hours.
No.
How long before Adlock gets locked into?
To be fair, Barnaby giving you burnt gumbo is his version of poisoned gumbo.
That's fair. I feel like at some point the next time Adlar says something like, "Yeah, don't," like he's just like, "Don't trust Noelle. Noelle's sketchy." She's gonna be like, "Adlar, one more. That's all you have left, and then you're gonna join your best friend Barnaby in the brig."
Oh, that means he's going to internalize.
Can't even trust your wife.
How grumpy does he look?
He looks a little sullen at that, but he nods. And he'll be quiet after that. But you definitely catch him, like, side-eyeing a lot of people over the course of the next few hours. Like, he's just, like, watching everyone on the ship.
Anytime there's side-eye, Lauren is going to deadlock eyes with him and just stare him down from below him because she's shorter.
He just gives you the suggestion, like, what? And I didn't say anything.
You know what? Do you want to hang out with your friend? Your
No,
best
no,
friend?
I don't. I stopped talking about it. I'm not bringing it up anymore.
Do you want to hang out with Noelle for a little bit? Noelle, please. Please. Take him off my hands for a second.
He can hang out with me.
No.
No, that's okay. That's okay, Burberry. I'm good over here. I'm on to you.
Okay, Adlar.
And I thought you were a married man.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? Did you just
I think I didn't say anything.
He said he wanted to be on to me.
Burberry?
That is not what I said.
Oh, so you did say something.
I did not say anything.
Uh-huh. Noelle.
Adlar, come on.
Okay.
Adlar.
Hmm.
Come on.
Okay. He follows you.
Lauren's gonna go find a public
Lauren
screen.
takes some ibuprofen.
Yeah.
And Adlar starts in a well. Lauren's acting kind of weird, isn't she? I feel like she's like not herself today.
Adlar, you and I are gonna sit in this bed chamber. I don't know. What are we at? What do you call that?
The crew quarters.
The crew? No. Like where do we sleep?
The crew quarters.
Oh. All right. Well, where can we go that's not the crew quarters?
The gun deck.
Sure. We're gonna
The
take-
stairwell.
I
or
don't
the
want to
bridge.
take him to the gun deck. Fuck it. The gun deck it is.
All right.
We're gonna sit in the gun deck. We're gonna be quiet. Okay.
Okay.
No one's betraying anyone. No one's being suspicious.
Have you been paying attention? Half this ship is like out of its mind.
Yes,
It's not good, Noel.
I know. But there's nothing we can do about it right now, and Lauren's got it under control.
Okay.
Sit still. Maybe take a nap.
Maybe I will.
Anytime that she passes like a crew member that's being all sketchy and stuff, she has that cantrip primal savagery, which makes her like hands into claws and sharper teeth and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So she's anytime she sees some tomfoolery, she's just gonna cast it and like flick her claws together like test me, bitch.
There's maybe a handful of incidences over the course of these few hours where you catch crew members that look like they're like colluding or like, you know, weird furtive whispers in a group. But they're also, because of the buddy system, like they're being accompanied by, you know, relatively sane seeming crew members who are like, would you stop, you know, like trying to pull them apart. So it's tense on the ship right now, but over these few hours you guys are able to eventually
Lauren is leading by fear right now. She is so over these people.
slowly make it back to the ruins. And from the bridge, you can see the towers kind of slowly emerging from the haze of red, these shadowy structures rising up out of the ocean floor. And just as before, you can see the writhing masses of the spawn down in the bedrock, just churning away at whatever it is they're doing down there.
Before we do end up moving, I think Lauren is just gonna cast commune with nature to see if Loshrog's remotely close to them. Yeah, just to see how much time they have.
All right. So before the ship begins moving, I think it's about turn.
Yeah.
I would say with that, you would be able to determine, because you'd have to tip the ship and go out the airlock and get into the water.
Yeah.
Again, that same totally devoid of natural anything around you. This is deeply unnatural place.
Yeah.
Outside of yourselves in this vessel, there is nothing around you. There is the rock of the seafloor below and the water all around you, and this intensely evil planar energy radiating out from the distance. But beyond that, nothing.
Another question: How many hours have to pass to move 3 miles in the ship?
1 hour.
1 hour.
Yeah.
1 hour to move 3 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yesterday you guys had gone about 9 or 12 miles, roughly. So, similar 3 to 4 hours, you'd be able to head back, and by about noon, at the very latest, you'd be back in the vicinity of the ruins.
Sure.
No trace of Loshrog anywhere. He is nowhere to be seen.
Is Commune with Nature a ritual spell or no?
Nope.
No.
A thought occurs to me. I guess I would tell Lauren since she's the only sane person today. We don't know if teleportation magic works here, but technically, if we resurfaced the ship, Alexi and the others might be able to teleport to the deck.
My God, I would love to have some more sane people.
I was just thinking about that. But the problem is, sending is really spotty here.
Well, if we get above water, I feel like it's deep enough that we should be able to send, hopefully, without interference.
Hopefully.
And then Gideon can be the scary person, and I don't have to be the scary person anymore.
I have to give him the captain's hat.
Aww. Never mind.
It would be... I guess, okay. Could we maybe retcon a little bit and just say that we, instead of going back down to the temple, we kind of diagonal back up to the surface? But just went that direction?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So by noon, you guys are back above water. You are still, again, kind of bathed in this red light that is shining up out of the surface of the water and into the air. This stuff is visible from hundreds and hundreds of miles away. But the ship can also lift up out of the water and begin to kind of sail somewhere, trying to get out of the haze. And, give it a couple of hours, you think, yeah, okay, this light's starting to fade a bit. Especially
I don't think we're bailing on the light so much.
Okay.
So I think we're just we get above water and we're just gonna sit there for
water.
Yeah, that was all we needed right now. I'll try ascending I'm gonna go 4th level slot since that seemed to work better
Okay.
yesterday. Try and get in touch with Alexi. I think I would say things are getting hectic. No La Chirag yet. Trying to formulate plan. Ship is above water. Teleport here if possible.
You will hear Alexi's voice. It's still a somewhat shaky connection, but it's definitely a better one than you had down below. He responds, I tried messaging earlier. Good to hear from you. We'll make preparations. Don't go anywhere. We need to hand over the ship.
Okay, I'll pass that message to Lauren.
Okay.
Just need to wait here for a little bit.
So with that, see how this goes.
8 more bodies for the ship. That's good. I'm having way too much fun with this. Ignore me.
After a couple of hours, through the window of the bridge, you would see a sudden warping of space, and Gideon, Gerald, Alexi, and Aaron would appear standing on the deck of the ship.
Oh, thank the gods. I go up to greet him.
God, Lauren is gonna go up and be like, idiot. She's gonna hug him and put the hat on his head. Please. I don't want to be the scary captain anymore. I can't take it anymore.
Good to see you as well, Lauren. He'll very tentatively pat your back.
We have real adults, thank God. Alexi.
They do look pretty banged up. I mean, they've recuperated some for sure. Like they've been tended to and bandaged and sewn up, but you can see fresh slash wounds across the faces, bullet wounds in the armor and coats. Like it's
Oh God.
they were putting themselves through it yesterday. It looks like still even after you guys left. But they seem in pretty good spirits, and as they hit the ship, Gerald kind of steps forward and says, "So what's going on?" Alexi said that there was problems.
Oh, you all look amazing.
Burberry. Oh, God. Yeah.
We think that being close to this energy source is causing some mental issues.
Yes, there have been some very suspicious people on this ship.
Not you
Being
two.
hectic.
Burberry, no.
No. I'm not being weird like
Also-
they were, but I mean they are acting like they are suspicious, not like they're acting suspicious.
Also, be quiet when you're walking through the gun deck. I finally got Adlar down.
Yeah. When Burberry starts talking, I think Gerald definitely looks at you brow furrowed, and after you finish talking, there's just this flash of light in his eyes, and he looks over Burberry and kind of looks at the bridge and looks kind of at the rest of the ship. It's like, oh yeah, nah, this is not good.
Can we fix
Been
it?
infected.
Please. Please.
Well, this looks like a pretty clear-cut case of planar influence, which, you know, if you're in proximity to a planar gateway type of thing, it can happen. I don't know if I can. Let me see what he's got available to him.
No, that's not what I wanted to hear you say.
I'm sorry, but I
Gideon, all-powerful Lord Gideon, please.
This sort of affliction was not necessarily my specialty with cleansing. We generally just didn't linger too long if we could help it. And
Alexi,
how about this? If you can't fix this, can you at least... You guys have any idea how close Lashrog might be getting at this point? I don't know if you've seen his plans, if he had any timetables that he wrote down, anything would be great.
Well, I mean, based on the charts...
Wait, if I am able to assist, I'd gladly help get rid of suspicious people. Or, what's the word? Whenever they're making plans.
Schemers.
That one.
oh, murderous Burberry.
Burberry's
Yeah.
only been talking about murder all day today.
Haven't.
Well, you
Not
keep
all
talking
day.
about arterial spray, which I think
That
counts.
was
Yeah.
the one time.
He like loops a finger into your book, just kind of like tips it towards it, like, look, so what you drawing there, buddy?
Well said, talk. This is personal.
Gotcha. Honestly,
Later, Burberry's gonna rip out this page so hard.
if you were feeling more yourself, you could. Yeah, I mean, if you feel up to it, Burberry, by all means. I mean, I imagine.
Oh yes, no, I
A
definitely.
conclave priest of your capability could probably dispel good and evil, right? Like that's in your wheelhouse.
Oh yes, I can do that. Hold on.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the play.
So we're dispelling good and evil.
Both. Yes. And the alternative is just getting clear of this place and sleeping it off, which, you know, it's not a guarantee, but it's better than nothing.
We're just worried about that's the big thing, is we don't know how much time we have to work with, and Alexi was saying something a moment ago.
Yes, we were trying to get a sense of that so we could tell you when we next heard from you. Looking at the charts, and he'll kind of pull out some of the papers that you guys pulled out of the Belasco's Bane. It looks like we engaged them fairly close to the rim of the deep, which means that as of yesterday morning, they would have been about 600 or 700 miles out from the center. I think we have time, assuming that thing can't swim at ridiculous speeds, as far as we can tell. I don't know if they can, but
I
doesn't
could
seem
keep up
like
with it swimming.
So probably not much faster than a Lauren.
Okay, so we've got about a week then. That's actually
A
good.
week?
What?
We are way out in the middle of nowhere. There is nothing for 1,000 miles in any direction if we are centered. I assume we're
We're pretty close to centered. Actually,
Right.
we are right about where the coordinates that Lashrog wrote down are.
I'll start shuffling through charts. It's like,
So I have some unfortunate news.
Shoot.
Is this about killing?
No. With the spell, I think I can only fix 10 people with one spell slot. Because it's as an action, and it lasts up to a minute, so that's 10.
I think in an optimal scenario, you might not have to use it at all, actually. We can, I mean, if we have literally a week, that is so much more time than I expected.
I think we've
And do an
got a
anti-totem.
solid lead out here.
Now, when you say a week, do you mean 10 days or 7 days? Because some people mean 7 and some people mean 10.
Business or non?
I mean, Ted. or excuse me, I mean 10. If he's moving about as fast as we can swim, then that's maybe 72 miles an hour. If that thing swims through the night, which I don't know if it will. I mean, it's a demon. It might not sleep. But even then, 70 miles a day would give it 700 miles in 10 days. So we are just outside of that, I think.
You have no idea how much of relief it is to hear that.
I think we've got a solid chance to get the drop on him. It's just a question of what we have to work with. I mean, what's down there? What did you see?
Okay, let's get the ship moving away from the
Here,
red light.
I'll get you my notebook. The other notebook. Not this notebook.
I found my dad.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about.
Everyone's like, wait, what?
I'm gonna get the ship moving away from the red light while we have some time, and we're gonna just sail on the water above the surface. I guess we'll head northwest just to be safe, but probably bring them downstairs and
for sure.
and start catching them up.
Yeah. I think it is definitely a sobering conversation, especially when you guys start talking about Volos. Alexi in particular looks very shaken to hear what you have to say here. You know, he's got his hands kind of steepled in front of his mouth and is kind of hunkered over as he's listening, just shaking his head. I thought he was gone this entire time.
I mean, technically he is, kind of.
You're not helping, Burberry.
I don't know if you have the tact to have this conversation today, Burberry.
Hey, tell you what, why don't you get that dispel thing going? You know, give yourself a touch. Give a couple of these guys you got tied up over here a touch.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with
Adlar on
me.
there so I can actually be around.
Oh, yeah.
I will take if
He's
somebody
like at
wants
the
to
far
try.
end of the room, just like watching this whole conversation,
Oh, you
fucking
woke up.
arms crossed up against his.
If somebody
never
wants to try
asleep.
to convince me I'm wrong, they're welcome to. I will accept roles in persuasion to convince me that I am wrong.
Burberry, something is wrong with you. Would you like me to roll?
You get advantage because you're Noelle.
Natural 20. On
Of
the
course.
first roll.
Oh shit. Okay, well, we'll say it's more than one sentence. We'll give it like 3. And yeah, I'll do dispel good and evil, and I would like a conga line though, because I don't want to have to chase down 10 different people.
Just go stand next. I feel like the brig is like
I mean-
half full at this point. Just go stand next to the brig.
But I also want to get Barnaby.
He's in the brig.
Oh, he is. I thought he was.
Well,
Okay.
the crew quarters where you guys are locking the
There's a
shadiest
piece
of
of
shady.
paper and like a written word brig on it now.
He like chalked it on the door.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I feel
It's a rigged
Spartan-
brig.
You like our brig, Gideon?
It'll suffice in a pinch, I suppose.
I led through fear like you would. Pat, pat.
Adlar, why don't you come along?
Exactly why would I do that, Burberry?
Adlar, I swear to fucking God, let Burberry touch you or I'm going to fight you.
I guess that's why, huh, Adlar?
Happy wife, happy life, Adlar, go.
I think it is not too much difficulty for Burberry to break this corruption, this enchantment on anyone. The ship's not too large. You could easily move from person to person and get a hold of 10 people and vroom, wipe it from them. Including yourself, as you've been persuaded. And as the enchantment breaks for you, Burberry, for Barnaby, and for Adlar, these feelings of hostility, suspicion, bloodlust suddenly fall away, and you are almost like you've been shaken awake, startled to kind of find yourself, with these thoughts and feelings in your mind, just so completely foreign and not you. It is deeply unsettling. And you're getting a similar reaction from the crew members involved in this cleanse as you go as well.
I mean, if we have 10 days, I suppose I can do everybody else too.
I think we'll have some time, even if. Yeah, I mean, if they can't sleep it off, yeah, for sure. Give them a good,
Well, I'll get all the ones that seem
the
like
most
me.
shady. Sure.
And especially the two that were violent before.
Yeah. So with you, Barnaby, Adlar, and 7 crew members cleansed of this evil, the ship is definitely a little bit more orderly as a result. It's a decent contingent of your crew. And everyone's feeling a little bit more themselves, at least within the Lost Emeralds.
That was an exhausting morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been incredibly annoying.
You were not.
You were on the better side of it. As I
Adlar's
point
just
over at Barnaby and Adlar.
Adlar's just got his head in his hands, like hunkered over, like on a sack where he's sitting, just like, I am so sorry. I don't know what came over me.
I mean, we know exactly what came over you.
You are forgiven, Adlar. It's okay.
Lauren's gonna go up to him and be like, I still love you, even though I wanted to fight you. More.
Honestly,
it
I
would have
think
been glorious. No,
I
I'm
was
kidding,
kind
I'm
of
kidding, I'm
making it
kidding.
worse. I was really questioning. It was like, I mean, she's my wife. She's the only person I can trust, but she also wants to kill me. So, do I kill her? God.
Oh, honey, you wish
You wouldn't have been able to.
She's like, oh, honey, you wish you could. Pat's head.
I was going to try, though. I was going to try and convince Noelle, and oh my
That wouldn't
God,
have been any help. You picked the wrong person.
you were the only sane person left on the ship.
I was sane the whole time.
But you were
Right.
mad at me.
Husband?
I was mad at
You
you
were mad at
too.
me. And I was out of my mind, but Noelle was hiding it better, so I was like, maybe I can pit her against. I'm so sorry.
Wow. What a
I
great
don't know if I feel
in
insulted or relieved.
plotting my death.
I'm going with relieved.
Gerald's just gonna pat him on the back, be like, first time, huh?
I was thinking about making that joke too.
It sucks every time. It doesn't get better.
Oh, I'm gonna. I don't know, I guess I got like a piece of rubble from the ruins, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I like broke that in half and gave it to Alexi, would he be able to use it as like a teleportation thing as well?
I mean, I'll take it, yeah.
Sure. I don't know if
Ooh,
teleportation
Alexi, would you-
works there, but if we need to get there quick, figure you should have this too, since you can teleport.
Right. I honestly was. God, I was so nervous to try. Sending was struggling to get to you, and it usually doesn't struggle quite that hard. So
Sending is
teleportation was.
Your teleportation seems to work fine. At least it did when we are above water. We are above water, or earlier.
I mean, since we have time, if we want to go there normally, I can share with Alexi my notes.
Notes would be excellent. Yes.
It's true.
Yes, let me just...
Rips out page. Here.
Gerald's like, all right, 1. Yeah, Alexi will start going over your notes with you. This is Beyond's.
Bonkers! It's massive!
And these glyphs are enormous. They goodness.
Yeah, I didn't get to see all of them. Probably only, like, less than 40% or something like
And
that.
if the entire complex is engraved, probably less than a single percent. How many towers did you say there were? Yeah, he's like going back through the schematics that you've sketched in the general layouts. It's like, God. For the time being, then
I'm
it's
just giggling that the cleric and the wizard get to turn out together.
Yeah. The plan then is to get clear of the light to see if you can get some people to sleep this stuff off and make a plan in the morning.
I guess so.
All right.
Lauren will comfort Adlar.
He appreciates it. He is also very apologetic. He feels extremely guilty.
I feel like she's like, I'm sorry for getting angry at you.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That was horrible. I mean, there was like another voice in my head that was like, it was just like nothing but everyone here is out to get you. You have to get to them first before they turn on you. This whole thing's going to go tits up. We're the only ones that could save it. It was horrible.
Did Barnaby end up eating all of his soup?
Probably. He's not here right now, so we won't know.
Oh, did he step away to
Yeah, he had to step away for a minute.
Oh, he's gonna feel like a bowling ball later. You gotta make another Constitution save.
He is a big boy.
I think he's pretty used to eating a lot of gumbo.
Yeah.
But all of it? He probably makes a lot.
So much.
I think come morning, the crew is on the whole starting to come out of this. There's definitely still a decent number of individuals that are corrupted, I guess is the best word for this. But people who were struggling with this yesterday will have woken up today on the 36th to kind of clearer minds and extremely contrite for their actions and words yesterday. All of them report a very similar thing to what Adlar was saying. It was as though there was this other voice in their minds, their own voice, but deeply, darkly negative, driving them to these very desperate and very, very dark ends. With the Dispel Good and Evil today, you would be able to cleanse the rest of the crew, though. And thankfully, it does not seem as though anyone new has succumbed. Getting some distance from the center of the light, sailing northwest on the surface of the ocean. Definitely giving you the distance you needed to ensure your safety from this corrupting power. So, for the moment, things are chill. Things are cool. You guys are safe and sound on the ship.
Alright.
We want to take our break here to wait for David to get back. We can get 10 minutes in and then pick back up.
Okay. I will switch it to break. Yep, stream's back.
So, you guys long rested again. You've cleansed the crew of this abyssal corruption. You are probably about 9 days out from Asherog arriving.
Do Alexia, Gideon, Aaron, and Gerald have any opinions on the whole ambush at the temple versus intercept on the route debate?
Gerald and Aaron and Gideon would immediately seize on the fact that the temple offers cover. Theoretically, if we were to meet him in the open ocean, we might be able to take him without a problem. But if he's got any more of those beasties with him, I don't love our ship's chances against a lot of them.
There are a lot of beasties at the temple.
Right. Which, makes me disinclined to have the ship engage. But at least we could take cover in the temple and engage him. Because he doesn't have anywhere but the temple to be. And, I don't know. I don't love the idea of being out in the open ocean with nothing to shield us except for the ship.
I mean, I can, depending on, cat's brain broke. These are fiends, right?
Ostensibly.
Yeah. Everything you guys know about them has indicated they're fiends.
Well, I could, around midnight / before we go to bed for the night, I could spend an hour to make a temple in this area. That it doesn't it's a temple.
No, I mean like on the surface of the water here, or like down at the ruins, or
Down at the ruins.
ruins.
It's about 120 feet, and it won't let fiends inside. I mean, it'll at least even the playing field within that 120 feet.
Fit.
Out of curiosity, how big is
I think it's bigger than 120 feet, but I can at least get that main center building.
I was gonna say, just out of curiosity, how big is the sub?
The sub? Well, the verdigris.
The verdigris.
The verdigris is... let me get a measurement. The sub is about 135 feet by... 30.
We could make most of the verdigris monster proof with this temple thing you're talking about, Burberry.
Well, it is going to... well, I guess I could make the building really small.
You're making a building?
Yeah, well, it's a... Yeah, it's a building.
Does the size of the building correlate to the size of the area of protection?
I'm checking. Hold on. Oh, it's entering the temple. I wonder if I could just... If a temple already exists, can I put these properties on a temple that exists already?
What spell is this?
It's Temple of the Gods, and since I am a Pantheon cleric, I can just say that this temple is to the god that's keeping it contained.
An unoccupied space.
Well, it's not a temple to the Leviathan, it's blocking the Leviathan.
Is it against whatever god?
For the Leviathan, that's what I'm saying.
Whatever god, pantheon, or philosophy is represented by the holy symbol used in the casting. So, whatever your holy symbol represents.
All of them.
all of them. I'm a Pantheon cleric. What?
Like, okay, your holy symbol
Okay.
is the conclave holy symbol, so it would be a conclave temple. Interior is enclosed by a floor, walls, and roof with one door granting.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Can I use the temple or the ruins that are there as my temple?
I don't think that's what this. I think this is about conjuring a temple into place. Like this is we are manifesting something. If you're like consecrating a space,
I also have that. I can also make that happen.
that's hallow, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, and that's a 24-hour spell that you spend a day casting that. And it
I
just
mean, we
lasts.
have 8, so yeah, I can do that.
now.
Yeah.
What does that get us, though?
It also opposes fiends within 120 feet.
Celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead cannot enter the area, nor can creatures charm, frighten, or possess creatures within it. Any creature charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed upon entering the area. You can exclude one or more of these types of creatures from this effect.
So if we hallowed the verdigris twice,
Well, it's 24-hour cast, but it lasts until dispelled.
right? But I'm saying we cover the whole ship, or at least 90% of it.
I guess it does. I don't know. Can it move? Can it move around like that? It says. A point.
I mean, if it's a fixed point, that's always been ruled as, whatever the surface it's on is.
Yeah. I would say with the ships, it's like once they get a certain size, it's like you could hallow a ship. Like that is a big enough thing to be a place. Because you could take a thing from it to teleport to it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Might be asking a lot of Burberry since it's 48 hours of spellcasting and 2,000 gold.
I mean, as long as you let me get a nap in between there somewhere,
I mean, we've got
that's fine.
8 days-ish, 9 or 8 days, so
And yes, I could get a nap in there.
you might be able to fit at least one nap.
And I can also give energy protection against something, it looks like.
Now, okay, we're thinking through the consequences of this decision tree, like, this hallow can just be dispelled though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well their caster is certainly aware of that.
I can also upcast it for the shits and giggles of upcasting it to make it harder.
If that does make it harder
Good.
to dispel, potentially.
You need
It
a
does.
higher level slot to auto dispel it.
Yeah, it would take a bigger slot to auto dispel. So, and they're probably going to assume that I cast the lowest version of the spell.
If they assume anything.
True, because it's already a pretty high level spell to begin with, and it takes forever to cast.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just thinking about in a scenario where we are engaging with one of these worm creatures, having the verdigris being unable to be touched by them, literally, would be a big boon. Although that probably, I don't know if that stops their energy blasts.
Yeah, that's my concern. Is those Aaron would say this? It's like they are extremely destructive. If the performance in Freeport was any indication.
What kind of damage did they do? You said the laser beams. Is that radiant?
Those were bad damage.
If I had to guess, it's just force.
Well, because like it lets me do one extra effect. So if I want to do like energy protection, I could give it resistance to whatever the rays are.
Affected creatures in the area have resistance to one damage type of your choice.
Oh, not the thing itself. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Alright, so we cast an animate object on the verdigris.
Well, in that case, we're probably
How
going to
that
want to stop the.
You cannot animate an object that large.
What's affected creatures?
An object
Oh,
that
that's
is
just
huge and smaller.
Gotcha.
What if we take apart all the pieces
And animate the entire
and each
ship.
of them, and then we put
It
it
lasts
back
for
together?
a minute.
Okay,
It lasts for
well,
a minute.
I'll workshop it.
Okay.
How many towers is this temple again?
God, a lot. The primary draw, obviously, again, was that central one. That was the one that had the opening at the top, the belfry type area. Probably like somewhere in the ballpark of like 24 towers surrounding the central one. It was like a central ring of 8 and then an outer ring of like 16.
And how far out from the center one is the 8?
A few hundred feet. It's a big complex.
I know. My brain was, because I was thinking, well, if I have 8 days, if I want to run on like 0 sleep.
Inadvisable.
Yeah, I
In the lead up
Might
to
die.
it.
No, that's the reason that I asked how many towers there were, because if there was less of them, I would do each tower. Because all of the little Leviathan thingies are just hanging out on the corners over there.
We really don't know what they're doing there.
Yeah, you guys have been at a distance every time you've.
Now that we've had a chance to think about it, maybe they're like burrowing through, like the barrier. That's my only guess. Because it's weakened right now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just let you guys know what my plan for the next couple of days are, for putting things on temple versions, if we're going back to visit again, is I'm probably going to be sinking a lot of, like, I want to say almost all of my spell slots into adding magic to the barrier.
Right.
To help strengthen it for longer. I mean, it's not going to be much longer, but it'll be more. But I will save my 7th level spell slot for Hallow.
Sure. I'd say the big problem there is just that we can't sleep while we're there.
Well, that's not going to be an issue for sinking most of my spell slots in, because a lot of them I can fast cast.
Yeah.
Hallow's the only exception.
I know, yeah, I think the Hallow, I'm not even sure if we're going to need it necessarily, but I'm totally fine with you sinking spell slots in when we go back.
I would like to put Hallow on the main building middle section just to stop anyone from teleporting into it, because that's or at least any feeds from teleporting into it.
Right.
Sure.
If we can find a way to make that work, I'm okay with the idea of it. I guess I would ask, I think the next logical question in all this, it sounds like I'm pretty outvoted on this whole ambush in the ocean plan, which is fine, but
I'm down for it, especially because we can fall back.
It felt like it gave us more options, but it seems like generally speaking, we are leaving a lot more up to chance if we do it that way. So
the Gatewatch is definitely more leery of that level of exposure.
I would look at the Gatewatch then, and I would say, so what happens if Lashrug does get to the temple? Right? That's the big question. We don't know exactly what he wants to do there, other than that he doesn't want that temple to be there anymore. So what's stopping him from just ramming into it with an army of worms and destroying the whole thing the moment he arrives? Do you not think that's a possibility? Wouldn't it be advisable for us to not let him even get close then?
They consider this. I think
that's what I've been worried about. That's what I'm saying.
I think you'll get 2 responses. Gideon will definitely chime in and say, not knowing what it is he's planning to do once he's there, that is a concern. For sure.
Especially when he has a teleport that we can't stop.
But if we're where he wants to teleport, the only other place for him to go would be out, away from it, if he's trying to flee. If we've got control of his objective, he has to fight the rest to get to whatever it is.
We don't know what his objective is. We don't even know if he gives a shit whether the temple is there or not, like I said. His whole plan could be to ride a water worm down there and then just watch as his babies destroy it. Then us waiting in the temple for him looks a little silly.
Gideon's nodding at this. Alexi, though, as he's kind of going through Burberry's notes with him, he's like looking at what you have managed to copy down and really like puzzling over the glyph work, trying to get some sense of like what this all is, how it works. I think he would say, I'm not sure how much he could do to this place quickly. I might be misreading, but everything Burberry's showing me is indicating this is an extremely heavily reinforced structure. I mean, it's survived tens of thousands of years underwater and is relatively intact from what you've described. I don't know. I'm not confident unless he has some heretofore undemonstrated incredible power that he's just been sitting on and hasn't used against us yet to destroy this place. I'm not sure that he could that quickly. I think I don't know. I don't disagree. I think, for what it's worth, I do agree with your plan. I don't know what he plans to do or what he's thinking, and we don't have the ability to scry on him for any real length of time. He's proven far too resistant to any of that, so we're kind of flying
Actually, I
blind.
have his idol, and she'll pull out the thing and block it.
We have several things we could use to scry, technically.
I gave it a go.
We could even scry on his wizard friend.
You try.
Although,
Point being, up to this point, we have not been able to scry on him really and get any sense of his planning.
True. I also add that scrying on him, we'll probably just see a bunch of water. I don't know how informative that'll be, even if we did get through.
Well, we could hear potentially what he's talking about.
True.
To finish out my thought, Noel, I do agree with you that I not knowing what he's planning and what all he's capable of, though I don't imagine he could break this place himself. And that many spawn are there, and they haven't broken it themselves yet. I don't know if that's an option for him, but he could be capable of any number of other things that we're unaware of. And on that point, I think you're right. An ambush does make sense, but I'm not military, so the tactics of an engagement like that are not my area of expertise.
I think if we're going to do an ambush, I feel like it makes sense to do it within like a mile or two of the ruins, like very close.
That's true. That was kind of where my head was at originally. That was before I knew we had over a week or a weekish to coordinate things. Look, I'm not married to the whole, fight him out in the ocean and gank him plan. It just seemed prudent, and we didn't have a lot of information. But the temple gives us a lot of control over the situation, theoretically. And I like that part of it. I'm not an expert at this stuff. I barely know what I'm talking about, but I'm willing to go back to the ruins when the moment is right and wait for him there.
I think Gideon and Gerald are both kind of nodding as you say that, or like Gideon would chime in. Just in terms of actually engaging him effectively, we have a much better control of the situation. We have better cover. We have better strategic options if we have control of his objective and we're not out in the open and exposed. But I do take your point, and Alexi's. So I guess where does everyone stand? The three of us, I think, are in favor of the tower. Alexi's in favor of out in the water.
I could do out in the water as long as we're just close enough to get back in a reasonable amount of time. Because, like, my big fear of, like, going out into the open water is he will teleport, then he'll be a mile ahead of us. And then how are we supposed to catch up to him if teleportation's not, like...
That would actually be a good use of our 10 days. Testing teleportation on the temple. Alexi and I could do that in a matter of a minute.
We could.
My only concern...
Alexi does look like he's starting to sweat a little bit at the mention of teleporting down there, though. He looks nervous.
But yeah, that's really my only, like, big concern is the, if he gets away, how do we catch up?
Well, if we can teleport, solve that problem.
Yeah.
I'll also toss out there, I don't know how often the verdigris can do that little maneuver where it went into space and then came back. But if we've caught him early enough, then ostensibly we just do that again. And still be ahead of him. Like, if we hypothetically manage to catch him 3 days out from the temple, then if it doesn't go well, or if he gets away, then we just turn our tail to the sky and come back down right at the rift again. He can't get ahead of us then.
There's some nodding among the Gatewatch. Aaron would say it would be risky, but it is a way out.
Why is it risky?
We don't have the means to properly repair the verdigris if it's seriously damaged in an encounter like that.
We've got 10 days. What do you need? I'll teleport to Freeport and come back.
Well, she'll kind of look around at the big metal ribs that kind of run up the inside of the hole, the metal panels. She's like, these are a little bigger, I think, than we'd be able to teleport in mass. But
I think that's really all I'm getting at, is it feels like we have the resources to make an aggressive move. We have backup plans. We have theoretical backup plans of teleporting, which we can test, and we have time to test ahead of time. And we have a pretty good idea of the direction he's heading, the speed he's heading, and how much time we have before he gets there. I feel like not taking advantage of some of this is a waste, you know?
I mean, in counterpoint, we could spend 10 days prepping and learning everything about the, like, temple, figure out what he's planning on doing so we know exactly where he'd go. So we're not guessing anymore. So we can try to figure out what his plan is and see if we can... We'd know a way to counteract him, potentially, and, like, we could potentially figure out where he'd want to go in the temple. And then we're not just going, oh, we don't know where he's going to go, because that's, like, the big reason not to go to the temple. is we don't know what his plan is. But if we're at the temple, we have 10 days to go down there, research, try to figure out what this temple does, like how would he, like how long would it take him to bring this thing down?
Maybe we could split the difference, do 7 or 8 days of temple prep and research, and then do 2 days of trying to intercept, because if we wait for basically the smaller amount of time that we have before he actually gets to the temple, the more likely we are to run into him, because the smaller our search area is.
That's true. I don't think these have to be mutually exclusive plans.
Alexi's definitely like nodding along with this. He's you got him on board.
Because anything that we can't figure out in turns to Lexi 7, 8 days. There's no way those 2 extra days are probably going to help.
I think Gideon looks kind of torn between the two. I think Gerald and Aaron are probably the two that are the most kind of like, it's risking a lot. It's risking a lot. You know, if we lose the ship, we're done. You know, and that's their position.
When did losing the ship become the? Oh, because if we ambushed him in the ocean, they're worried it would get destroyed.
If we ambushed him in the ocean and
there's more than one monster, and the ship gets fried, that's it.
And the fact that and how many monsters did they fight during their battle?
With the Navy?
Yeah.
Oh God, 20 or 30 probably.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
So that would make me assume that there is probably going to be more than one with Lost Heroic.
I think my problem with that logic is at what point do we decide the monsters aren't a problem at the temple?
I mean, if they reacted to the ship, it didn't sound like they did.
Well, we were way over, like we were way at the top of it, and they were way at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean,
they probably didn't even see us. I'm just saying, if he's got an army of Leviathan babies, they're a problem for us, whether we're at the temple or we're fighting them in the ocean.
Fuck. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I think we can do both plans, to be honest. I think Burberry's right. As long as we give ourselves, a decent window to let you, Alexi, and whoever needs to research the glyphs in the temple to understand it better, and we take enough time to let ourselves rest if our ambush plan fails, then we get best of both worlds. And if things truly come down to it, we fight him at the temple. Last resort.
Okay. So final point of questioning then, before I'll give you my sign off on this, because like I said, it makes me nervous. If we are attacking out at sea, presumably, us and you guys are out in the water, mano a mano with them and their whatever reinforcements they've got. If the verdigris has to retreat on a moment's notice, it's leaving us
stranded
in the water, stranded.
That is why we make sure that we can teleport. Right?
Okay.
Me and Alexi and Snowell in an emergency all have that covered.
Okay.
That's why I was saying we should make sure we give ourselves time if the ambush fails. Give ourselves at least a day or two so that we can coordinate, get everybody back together, and meet back at the temple.
Just don't forget about the spell counter spell.
Well, we've certainly got them outnumbered on that front.
Counter.
We've got 3 people who can cast it in this party.
Alexi and Gerald both raise their hand. I think
Four
I think
people.
Gideon raises his hand too.
5 people.
I think Gideon can cast Counterspell. I'm pretty confident he can. Giddy?
Gideon thought really hard about taking Counterspell.
Oh, he didn't take Counterspell.
Right, 4 people.
4 people. I mean, if you guys are sold on this, then yeah,
I'm not sold.
What are you stuck on?
I don't. It's fine. We'll just do it.
I mean, we're literally doing the plan you suggested. We just are taking 2 less days.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, Alexi's definitely fully on board. You're swaying Alexi or Gerald and Gideon for sure. I think Erin's probably the only holdout just because she's got, repair concerns, but it is what it is. It's a gamble either way. So with that, unless there are no further objections, what's the next play?
Well, we have some stuff to figure out. We could try teleporting today to see if that works, but if Alexi's worried that's going to cause some crazy problem, maybe we save that until we are close to the temple so that if things go wrong, we can correct for that easier. Or we could test smaller range teleports at the temple first.
Alexi would say that he's nervous about long range teleportation more than anything. Given how difficult sending was to connect with you all, teleporting entire bodies feels like a significantly more dangerous task. And I'll be honest, I felt a little uneasy today making the trip. There was something kind of skirting the edge of the transit. I don't know. I felt something I didn't like. I would definitely prefer that if we are going to run tests, we do so with the ship nearby.
Okay, that's fine. We don't have to do that right now. I think then the plan would be to probably start moving the ship back to the temple. I don't want to waste too much time, but it really doesn't make any sense to do it before we go to bed, technically, unless it's like really early in the day right now.
It's probably like noon, I think. Or no, not even noon, because you guys got above water last night. And then after getting everyone cleansed, messaged the Gatewatch, and they teleported over like an hour later. So it is probably like mid-morning. 9 or 10.
Okay. As long as we're... it doesn't matter. Let's just get to the temple, and if we have to suddenly turn back around, that's what we'll do. But
okay.
All we need to do right now is stick with what Lauren suggested, which is just research the temple in whatever stints we can afford to do without making everybody want to kill each other. So that's step 1.
Fair enough. I think that given that you guys left the vicinity of the temple and kind of, or no, did y'all went diagonally up to get over the temple when you first left that kind of
we stayed pretty close,
and then you sailed back kind of northwest.
Yeah.
So It's probably like a 5, maybe 6 hour dive to get back there. So mid-afternoon. By the time you hit bedrock and can see the towers bathed in that crimson light once more, that same deeply uneasy feeling spreading across all of you, the kind of electrical vibration kind of running through the ship.
Oh, I forgot to mention that part. You feel like you're gonna vomit the whole time you're here.
Yeah, this feels familiar. Yeah, Gideon and Gerald both stomach this relatively well. Alexi definitely seems very put by this. Aaron is impossible to read with that helmet. Once you guys reach the temple vicinity, you can kind of show them, give them the tour, kind of pointing things out from the bridge window, and kind of gesturing down below to the masses of these creatures that seem to be kind of assembled at the foot of these towers. Definitely puzzling to the Gatewatch. Alexi and Gerald and Aaron are all kind of looking down at them, very perplexed by whatever behavior this seems to be. Gideon can't see that far, so he's not able to see them.
We could try getting closer to the tower and seeing if there's anything in the tower.
Wait, no, you healed him, didn't you?
Breaking? Huh?
Did you gave him his sight back, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't. Never mind. He pulls up the blindfold. He keeps forgetting it's there. He's so used to the blind sight.
Honestly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Aaron taps on the shoulders, like, "Hey, you can look." He's like, "Oh, right." Fucking pulls it up and looks down.
I mean, honestly, however you want to do this,
is weird.
Burberry and Alexi, that's you guys are kind of at the forefront of this stage of things.
Would you like to see if there's any glyphs inside of those towers that's stopping them from actually going in?
I don't see why we couldn't take a look. Yeah, absolutely.
We will have to be careful on the off chance that they actually can get past it, though.
Right. Okay.
Alorin, do you think we could borrow you?
Sure.
Some pass without a trace would be lovely.
You got it.
Excuse me. Okay. So, Alorin, Alexi, and Burberry will exit the vehicle and begin swimming to the outlying towers.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's not terribly difficult to get out there, but yeah, go ahead and give me stealth checks, just to be sure.
With pass without a trace, 30.
Nice. 40, you said?
20.
30.
And 30. And a nat 20 from Alexi.
Alexi.
So, 32. For his part, he is a very deft swimmer. Surprisingly so, I think, for Lauren to see, given how very little swimming you've seen him do. But he moves just as easily as you do underwater. And he's pulled off his cloak, he's taken his coat off. He's exposed, webbed feet and hands.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm not swimming with all my drag. Are you kidding me?
You owe us dinner first, Alexi. My God.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm enjoying the view.
Manners? Actually, no, please continue.
Shall we? Sploosh. So you guys are able to swim out there without too much issue. Doesn't seem like anything's even noticed. There's no shifting or changing in the behavior of the creatures down below. When you're able to reach, the peak of one of these outlying towers, one of the 8 in the inner ring, shall we say, that are sort of connected by buttresses to the central one, or were at one point. It looks like the buttresses in some places have collapsed and broken. But the towers remain standing. Oh, excuse me. The structure of these towers is not too dissimilar to the central one, although they definitely seem smaller. There does seem to be a, like I said, sort of a belfry section at the peak, where you could swim inside if you were so inclined. And above that, there is this, very old, corroded, tiled roof that kind of rises in this narrow spire. The stonework, much like the central tower, is heavily engraved with arcane runes, magic sigils, circles, and an absolute fuck ton of spell work. Looking at it from the outside, what is it that you want to determine?
Well, I wanted to see if there was anything that's stopping, because it's possible that these things are sitting here waiting for something, or that they can't get in and they're wanting it to be broken.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, I want to see if there's any sigils, what have you, that's keeping them out.
Gotcha. Okay.
Although Alexi might have his own plans.
Alexi's definitely going to detect magic up for sure. In the meantime, though, I will say give me an Arcana check.
Is that with Alexi's help or no?
Yeah, you'll have advantage.
Okay, that's a 21.
21. It is difficult to say at first. You are dealing with a very, very old magical language here, and you're having to kind of go off of sort of spatial relationships between symbols, and what similar patterns you can find, in common with your own knowledge of spellwork that exists in the engravings here. It's a process, but I'd say over the course of about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, you do find enough evidence here. You're not 100% confident how exactly it works. It would take you a while to reverse engineer their exact formulation, but you are confident that there does seem to be something akin to a hallow effect on these towers. And you would hazard a guess that is likely responsible for keeping these things out of their interiors.
Okay. I know what I'm going to be doing for the next while. All right. Well, that's good. Can I charge this spell from anywhere, or do I need to be in the central area?
Do you want to go inside the belfry area of this outline one? Okay. Heading inside, I would say you would find that rather than the circular opening in the center of the floor that's in the center tower, this belfry area seems to have a number of smaller openings kind of in the corners of the tower that lead to lower levels, all fully waterlogged. And it looks as though there are very like thick columns, like a ton of columns that kind of span from the roof of the tower all the way down to the bedrock. And there are kind of bracing rafters kind of suspended between them on arches. Largely, it looks to be kind of reinforcement because they are very tall, spindly structures. But both these braces and the columns themselves are all very, very heavily engraved. Just as much so as the outer walls of the tower. This looks to you, and I'll say writing on that 21, this looks to you as though it is an attempt to further the surface area on which enchantments could be written and wrought. There's it is probably like every 5 feet there is another column. This place is filled with them. It's like a forest of stone tree trunks all the way down. And every single one of them is engraved with rune work.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so I'm sorry. Can I charge it from here? Do I need to move? I know that you said that there's like places that I can.
You don't see anything that looks like there's no glowing magic in here the way there was in the central tower. There doesn't look like to be anything that is like directly connected to that central seal. Like you can tell that magic is sort of being channeled through the stone just by like the way the stone is arranged, and then the engravings are kind of cut. Like you know what it's supposed to be doing, but it's not like there's like a visible like, ooh, there's the magic. It's just like, okay.
Okay, so this is gonna sound dumb. Is this connected to the middle one, or is this its own system?
They're all connected to the middle one by long, spindly buttresses.
All right. No, I was just like, because my brain went, well, I mean, I guess it's possible that the middle one's and then the outer ones protect that, and the outer ones to protect that. Like,
yeah.
It could be 3, but yeah, it's all one. All right. Well, it does look like they are being kept back, so that's good. Perhaps I would like to go back to the central tower. Did you have anything else you would like to figure out here? It seems it's very similar to the hollow spell, so they're not going to be able to get in this area, but that's possibly why they're waiting, is for a good dispel magic for here. Right,
yeah, I mean, Alexi's been looking around this whole time too, and he's probably been conferring with you as you guys have been kind of investigating this place. Just now, I think I'm inclined to agree with your assessment. No, if you want to take us to the center tower, I'm fine with that.
It's very cool, isn't it? I mean, end of the world, whatever aside, this is awesome.
It's daunting, for sure.
Very. Side note, so I plan on I don't know if Aloran's dad is still gadding about, but he basically affixed his soul into the center of this one. Apparently his magic is kind of helping this limp along. So I was planning on putting spells into this to help strengthen it. It's not going to be enough because I'm one guy, but it should help. It's like sticking a toothpick in a bottle.
Right, I think I'm following. Are you asking if I will join you in that?
Oh no, I'm not. You don't have to. I'm just letting you know that's what I plan on doing.
Got it.
And then I'm also planning on. I mean, it looks like it's already been hallowed, but I might just toss in a hallow on top of that at a 7th level.
It can't hurt.
No. So
That's what I'm gonna be doing right after a quick prayer to the heavens.
Alright.
Because I have not forgotten.
I'll say, as you swim back to the central tower, let's get another stealth check from the group. Use the last that pass out of trace. Ooh, Alexi, what the fuck?
Another 20.
19 from Alexi.
Dirty 20. I rolled a 5.
We'll say the
On a
spell
3 from Barnaby.
flag there.
Barnaby, when'd you get here?
Barnaby
Hello.
followed you.
Is this including John, or is John still guarding Barnaby?
John would still be on the ship unless he followed Burberry and Alexi and Aloran to go investigate the enchantment on this tower.
Okay. No, including John.
Okay. Maybe not your stealthiest swim, but even so, you do escape the attention of those creatures down below. They do not react to your presence high overhead. You swim into the central tower, and again, you find yourself kind of swimming up to that massive central opening in the center of the floor, at the bottom of which there's that swirling, vivid red beyond red. It is deeply unsettling. And Berber, you've already looked inside it once. You know what lies below. So what are you doing here now that you are back in the central tower?
I'm making myself comfortable, and I'm going to start pumping spell slots.
Okie dokie. Yeah.
As for which ones, honestly, I think probably 4 of them are all going to be versions of Hallow.
Okay.
Because that takes an hour to cast, so I could.
Hallow takes 24 hours.
24 hours? That was
Yeah.
okay. Brain. All right.
No.
One Hallow then.
Hallow. Very, very big.
It is so big. Yes, it does. Sorry, my bad. One Hallow at 7th level.
Okay.
And then after that, I will actually probably do either Dispel Good and Evil as the other one.
Okay.
That's
I mean, you're going to be doing Hallow until.
Oh no,
this
I know.
time
I'm
tomorrow,
doing the shorter ones first.
Sure, yeah.
Then I'm doing the 7th level.
Okay.
So
Burberry's going to be here for the rest of the day.
Yep.
Okay.
But I'm doing all the because I know that there's a version of Hallow here already, and heck, it might be a higher level one than I have, but
We're doing everything we can.
But we're doing everything we can. But we're not trying to tame nothing. We've learned our lesson.
It's a good idea.
Unless is there protection from good? Nothing.
Protection from good and evil's like first level, I think.
Maybe that might be better. Would protection of good and evil or dispel good and evil be better for this, do you think?
Up to you.
You're a demon, I'm a cleric. Come on.
Do
you want me to roll Arcana? I don't know which one would be better.
I mean, just based off of your own knowledge as a cleric, one's definitely more powerful than the other, so,
Well, yeah, but I can always upcast the other one.
Then it's purely at your discretion.
Hold on. Y'all do other stuff. I'm gonna look up stuff.
All right. Anything from the rest of the party then? Burberry is occupied.
Well, if we're at the
Finish the pot of gumbo.
Barnaby's cooking.
Gotta make more. No, that way I know this batch doesn't have anything wrong with it.
If we're at the temple right now, I could technically test some teleportation stuff real quick.
Okay.
We'll try short range, something like Misty Step, and we'll try Dimension Door.
Okay.
And then we'll see how those go.
All right. So where are you Misty stepping from and where to?
I will be outside of the core pillar. I'll just look like kind of, we're swimming, so I'll look in whatever entryway we normally go through and try to teleport inside the building.
Okay, so just from outside to the end of the building?
Just Misty Step from outside the core pillar to inside the core pillar. Right there.
All right. You cannot teleport inside this building.
Okay.
Your Misty Step pops you out just outside the threshold.
Interesting. Okay. Good thing to know. I mean, I'll be prudent here. I'll try Dimension Door. I'll swim the maximum distance away.
Okay.
And focus again on inside the building and see if it just kind of shunts me to the closest possible spot.
Okay. From there, go. You attempt to dimension door into this building, and frustratingly, the spell does not even function. You find yourself floating in the water about 500 feet out. Spell slot expended.
Okay. I'm going to try that one again. This time I'm going to try and focus on teleporting atop the building.
To the roof?
Yeah, on top of it.
Okay. And with a word and a gesture, you vanish and reappear, floating above the roof.
Okay. That gives me some confidence. I think I'll give the old maximum 7th level teleport a try now.
All right.
I'm gonna focus.
From where to where?
I don't know. I'll swim another 1,000 feet out or whatever.
Yeah, Alora, or excuse me, Noelle just vanishes from everyone's sight. She's fucking lost in the haze.
Just watch out for the thingies.
Yeah, I'm not going down. I promise. I'll cast a full-on teleport spell. I think I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna focus on the roof to see if I can land right above this place. I'll keep the chunk of it in my hand though to focus on.
All right. I will say, give me a D100 roll.
Oh, terrible. 23.
23. Okay, so you said you were 1,000 feet out?
Yeah.
You activate this spell. You feel yourself condensing into that singular point, as you have done many times before now. But it feels fraught. It's a struggle. This is not an instantaneous compression and expansion of the self like usual. This is a labored process. You linger in this sort of liminal space as the teleport begins to move you, and it is deeply unpleasant. You can sense this crackle at the edges of your awareness, this grating, burning, chilling sensation running across your spine, across the back of your neck, under your scalp. It is horrid, and it permeates you more and more as you begin to compress further and further into this teleportation. And as soon as you are pressed into that singularity, you suddenly feel yourself swept up in a current of this energy. You feel yourself being thrown violently off course. And when you appear, suddenly, as you normally do, and that sensation of energy begins to fade, you find yourself suspended somewhere in the water, surrounded on all sides by that red haze. And you don't see anybody or anything. It is just red in every direction.
Well, I'll blow a few bubbles, see which way is up.
Yep. You follow that, you can see.
I'll start by going down.
Okay. So with that, you would eventually catch sight of rocky seafloor up ahead below you, beginning to come into view through the haze. You don't see any of those creatures.
I hear anything? Any sense of direction?
I'll say give me a perception check.
Natural 20.
You are straining your ears against the intense pressure of the depths here, and through it you do feel a very, very faint, bassy rippling in the distance, kind of off to your right and a little bit forward, kind of like a 45-degree angle to your right from your current heading.
I'll try to follow that.
Okay. You swim for a couple of minutes before you catch sight of the distant silhouette of probably like 3 towers. After another like 20, 30 seconds, you'll see more towers behind them and kind of fanning out to either side of them. And before long, the central tower comes into view, and with them, you can also see the writhing shadows of those massive spawns massed around the base of the towers and the bedrock.
Okay. I will report back to Alexi with that information. That I think that in an emergency, teleporting here is not wise. Although I feel like I maybe goofed it a little bit.
And yeah, so getting back to the central tower, which is where
Lexi's hanging out.
and Lexi and Aloran are. He would definitely be able to tell you, like, that sounds very much like what I felt on my way here, although much, much worse. I'm glad you're okay. That could have been a lot. That could have been bad. I would hazard a guess. The harder you push on this place, the harder it seems to be pushing back. From what you're describing, it sounds as though trying to brute force our way through the enchantments here is definitely not to our advantage. So, well, it'll pay to be careful with that in the future. You were trying to get just to the top of the building or into the building?
Misty Step was trying to get inside.
Get in. Dimension Door, you did both.
Dimension Door, I did both. Misty Step, anytime I tried to get in, I failed. With Teleport, I was trying to get to the roof. But even then... I mean, I even have a piece of the building right here.
I imagine that it's either a factor of this place's warding or whatever that thing is down below. He had a glance over his shoulder at the aperture, where the seal is sort of encircling, but he says, I still haven't Burberry warned against looking down there. I have a sense that whatever is down there is able to exert some level of influence on the space outside the seal, even if it can't fully breach it. And I can't help but wonder if that might be what is affecting our teleportation. Gideon was saying that when it comes to outer planes, the beings at their heart, the Archfiends or Celestials or whatever, they tend to have a somewhat absolute level of influence over their domain, and if that is a plane down there, it may be bleeding out around the seal. I wonder if we're not in a sort of veil situation. You said you encountered something not unlike this when you drew close to the Feywild on Feral, didn't you?
I did?
It was ages ago. We mentioned it last time you got back from...
What are you referring to specifically?
There was a jungle. Ruins and fey creatures and...
Right.
You were told it was sort of on the edge of the Feywild and our world, the material plane.
You're talking about our encounter with the mirror? Or are you talking about the encounter with the archway that led us to the...
You've had several of these sorts of encounters, haven't you?
We've been to the Feywild a couple times, okay? You start to work together.
Yeah,
Feywilds all look alike after a while.
My point being, I think this might be similar. We might be...
My question being, similar to what? The Feywild?
Well, being close to it. Just we're very close to something much worse.
Okay, gotcha.
And I think that we're seeing its
a
properties.
leaking planar boundary.
Thank you. Yes.
I see. You're probably right. I guess I'm not sure what to do with that information, but it's a good theory. And I don't know. I guess my brain is still just trying to problem solve here when it comes to the teleporting situation. We could probably teleport near here, right? It's just less precise because we can't, like, pick a spot.
I mean, you didn't teleport too terribly far away, so...
Well, I only started 1,000 feet away.
No, as long as I suppose we're not too far off, it's probably not too dangerous.
We can also always teleport to the deck of the verdigris.
It's true, we can try
Although
that.
still... I can't try that today, I'm tapped, but...
Me too.
We got days to figure this out.
Right. I think Burberry's going to be occupied for... Well, probably till tomorrow afternoon, but...
Just pretend I'm not even here.
So,
There's a lot of ground to cover in the meantime. Let's look
Yeah.
over the tower.
Take notes!
you've got, 6 or 7 days still to take it all in.
Yeah.
Have you said hi to the ghost of Volos yet? He's probably around here somewhere.
Not yet. I think he would actually probably glance over to wherever Lauren had gotten to. And I would ask, what is Lauren doing during all of this?
I mean, I think she's trying to figure out, without doing it, obviously, how you would, like, bring this thing down.
How to break it? Okay. Are we talking about the magic or the tower itself that she's looking into?
Magic.
Okay. I'll say give me an Arcana check then.
$14.
14. I would say this sort of dedicated artifice and arcana is not quite in your wheelhouse. This is some wizard shit. This definitely feels like more like Alexi's vibe than yours, but even with a 14, just looking at this place and looking at the state that it's in, and you knowing exactly what water is capable of, what the ocean is capable of, and thinking back to just how long this place must have been down here, and for it to be this intact. Like, the erosion on the stone here looks as though it's only maybe a century old to you. Whatever magic is on this place, and there's definitely a lot of it, it is extremely thorough and very, 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 very protective. You're having a hard time imagining a way to break through the magic holding this place up. Like, you genuinely just would not know where to start beyond just trying to dispel whatever you could get a hold of around here. And even then, you're not 100% confident that would really do much. Because again, this place is big and old, and it has persisted for thousands of years.
Right.
So, Burberry's channeling, Lauren's investigating, Alexi's doing a little investigating himself. He would definitely kind of have glanced over, like watching Lauren kind of doing her own little perusal around the ruins. He probably would turn back to Noelle and he would say, I honestly, I'm not sure if that's really... I genuinely don't know what to say to him, to her, to both of them. This is unprecedented.
Yeah, I was kind of at a loss for words when it first happened. It's sort of a small miracle, but also
Horrifying
and I don't know how to untangle him. I don't even know if we can. I assume we can. I hope we can.
I mean, he tied himself in there. There's got to be a way to untie it.
And Lauren would, after being like, cool, I'm never going to figure this out, she's going to go.
She's like, this place sturdy. Fuck it.
Fuck it. She'd go over to where her dad is and is like, well, he figured this out. I can figure out how to untangle whatever mess this is.
You're going to go over to the seal and...
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Lauren's doing the anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, she's like, you did it, I can do this. The rest of this? No.
Right. So what are you doing at the seal? You approach the circle of intensely blue glowing runes.
Please don't mess it while I'm messing with it.
Burberry's over there doing his thing.
No, I know, but if he's woven into the magic and I'm working with the magic.
And she's just gonna kind of go to the symbols and try to figure out what he was carving in it. See if she can kind of figure out what he was trying to do.
Oh,
I think we did check that.
Yes, we did this. It's hard to tell, and we're pretty sure that he also did runes on his body, which is no longer there.
But there were the runes that are on the stone pertained to the soul and to binding. Like there were definite clues as to what was happening there. Just
our hunch was
lack of runes to justify the entire effect.
He was duct taping his soul onto the effect to like strengthen it.
Can she try to find runes that match that are for unbinding the soul?
I'll say give me an Arcana check.
Oh, shit.
I would tell Alexi, it looks like Lauren's trying to figure things out right now. And you say you don't know what to do, but I think the best thing you could do would be to go help her.
You rolled a 20!
Oh, well, never mind.
The dice want me to free my papa.
Apparently.
You're like, I think a Lord... Oh, nope, there's a light bulb. She's got it.
She figured it out.
Yeah, Lauren, you're thinking about this, and you're trying to think back to like your schooling and you know the education that you got in arcane magic. You're trying to recall the lessons that you largely ignored because you were much more into the nature, into the druidic stuff.
I feel like
But
this was the lessons that Alexi taught her, and she's like, God, what did he say to me?
What was he fucking saying about that shit?
Ask him, because then he'll know I definitely wasn't listening.
And you're like searching those memories for something. But you keep finding yourself circling back to your own personal experience with soul magic. Very recently, you guys did a dive and a sort of inverted astral projection directly into Burberry's soul. And you remember Burberry being able to exert a pretty significant amount of influence over the actual shapes of the landscape in there. And it strikes you as pretty reasonable that if Burberry could do that with himself, why couldn't Volos do that with his soul? If he's tangled up in something with the proper spell, like, say, that one, he could probably untangle himself.
I like the one where we went in and got him out.
Yeah. You don't know exactly how to perform that spell, but you imagine, in principle, there's nothing wrong with this logic. You feel very confident in this.
So this will just have to wait for afterwards. Then.
Well, if I recall, Burberry takes extensive notes on everything he encounters. I think he did record
Correct. But I'm kind of using the notebook that I take those in right now.
Right.
Also
Which
has-
will also have to be prestidigitation dry after you leave the water.
Oh, no, well...
Oh, wait, this is the waterproof one. This is the waterproof one.
Yeah, because I thought about that shit in advance.
That's right.
Well,
Kind of what happens when you have a Triton in your party.
Do what?
Lauren's very perceptive. Oh,
You are.
probably figure out what to do.
I think you definitely remember there were circles of gym dust on the floor. There was a lot of incense in the area.
Well, I can't burn incense and water.
Well, not mundane.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Fair enough.
SpongeBob rules.
I mean, you think back to that experience, because that definitely was like we killed a fucking god. Like, of course I remember that.
Yeah.
Um,
She's like, of course I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's like you remember like it was gym dust, magic circles, there was runes, there was a fuckload of incense. The priests were basically chanting the entire time. Like you can remember the general process. The exact specifics of it, not quite in your wheelhouse. You don't remember every detail of it, but you're like, we could recreate this. If everybody's got the notes, like, this is doable.
Lauren's gonna wing it.
Oh, no.
Lots of dust in her bag.
You're gonna
Lots
try
of
and do this
gems.
right here?
She's got lots of gems in her bag.
Didn't it take like a full day to do this?
It did.
Well, it took like an hour to get in there.
Well, yeah, but that was with multiple spellcasters. This is one of Lauren.
I mean,
Well, there was a lot of people going in.
that's true.
There.
I mean, you're welcome to give it a shot.
Just know that I will laugh at you if you somehow get your own soul sucked in.
I think it'd be pretty funny, actually. Guys have fucked up.
There's two trains
She's just like
strapped
chilling there
together.
with her dad. Hey, Dad.
Okay, so
I wrote binding
Lauren,
instead of unbinding, so sorry.
Lauren's gonna start getting herself a circle of gym powder.
Before she
sprinkled.
does this, she's gonna go get all of the supplies she needs. She's gonna sneak away to do it so people don't see what she's doing.
I think Noelle and Alexia are watching because you're over there like looking at this, you're looking at the skeleton, you're like looking at the runes on the stone, just like, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Also, if you're gonna cast this, we'll probably see you scattering gem powder around his body and stuff. So,
Yeah, she's gonna start doing that.
all right,
Yeah,
I think Alexia will swim over and be like, what are you doing? What'd you figure out?
What you do?
I'm experimenting, Alex. You probably don't want to be over here. You and your little book nerd would hate this. Shoo, with all your rules.
Do you need a dry spot to do it in? That might be easier. Kind of clouding out in the water.
I feel like she's like controlling water to keep.
She's like trying to shape runes and shit.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you know what? Yeah, you know what? Sure.
Sure. Okay. Give me a second. He'll pull out his spell book and he'll ritual cast Leomund's tiny hut for you. That gets you a nice dry bubble on the floor of the the floor of the temple here.
Sweet. She'll start doing it.
All right.
Burberry, do you have incense in your bag? She'd go ask this before he did that, though.
Sure.
Right? You have incense, right, Burberry?
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 Sorry, what?
So sorry, can I know you have incense in that bag. I'll pay you back. Please?
Why?
Don't worry about it. I'll give you all my notes.
You don't take notes.
I will this time. I'll have Alexi take notes. How about that? He likes notes.
Alexi, what's she trying to do?
Nothing. Can
I'm not sure, actually. It's very muffled because he's in the dome. It's like...
I'll pay you back. With more incense. Pretty please.
If you can't tell me what you're doing, I'm not lending it to you. And you can't steal it from me. It's in my bag of savings.
She's gonna use weed instead then. Close enough.
This spell is gonna go so bad.
Holy shit.
I feel like Noelle was watching this and she was like starting to piece it together. She's like, oh, I think it's like that astral project. No, that's weed. No, that's just something else.
Or like pops back in the bubble. She just starts pulling out all of her weed out of the little fucking waxed
She's like
case.
rolling them into tiny little sticks.
I thought I knew what this was. I guess not.
Like incense.
Let's keep watching.
Wait, actually, Alexi, you love magic and incense, right? I'll pay you back.
Are you asking to borrow incense?
Yes, please. We'll borrow, use it, and then repay you once we get back to dry land if we survive.
Right. Okay. What are we doing? Is he starting to like pull blocks out of his bag?
You know, I'm kind of winging it, but I got this.
For what it's worth, it sounds as though your father was winging it, and that's how he got into the position he's in right now. Is that really? I'm sorry. I don't know if I should be saying that. I'm sorry.
Well,
I just don't want you to get.
I think the only way I'll ever recover from you saying that to me is if you give me that info.
Okay. Like he's already got it out. Like he's got like fucking like 4 blocks, like just like in his hands. Like I was going to load them to you.
And I will pay you back for it.
What's the plan here exactly?
She's just gonna pluck them right out of his hand.
Very good question.
Thank you. Thank you.
I feel like should people get increasingly concerned that she will not tell people what they're
I'm
doing?
a little. Lauren, is there a reason you're not telling us what you're doing?
Oh, everything's fine. She'll start drawing runic circles.
Everything doesn't seem super
fun.
fine. You seem like you're maybe a little manic and trying to perform something here.
I have an idea, and I'm gonna see what happens.
What's the idea?
The Burberry thing we did. I'm gonna go
Oh.
help my dad.
Oh. That's an interesting idea, actually. I feel like if it was complicated enough that we need to do something intricate to untangle his soul, that would be a good way to do it, actually.
Yeah, I got this.
Okay, well.
So just flavor for it. What runes is she using? Is she just making shit up, or these like druidic runes she's using? Like how is she?
And Noelle is also
piecing this together?
Perceptive, and if she knows what she's doing, I can.
Lauren knows druidic and primordial. Wait, I have a question. The runes around her father, are they primordial?
Those are druidic.
Those are druidic? Oh, so she can read that shit. Alright, she knows druidic. Then she is going to do basically the exact opposite of what he did of like unbinding the soul.
Okay. So you definitely know it's like, okay, here's the 5 sigils that he carved on the stone. So we're going to take the inverse of that. Although we probably want soul. Definitely unbind.
Yeah.
Right. probably want whatever. I think that's supposed to be like you're kind of piecing it together. But we're definitely improvising a ritual. So
Not our
I'm gonna make this like a skill challenge kind of situation
Oh.
here. Okay.
Okay.
So getting these runes set up, I'll say give me I'll say either Arcana or Nature for this one.
Take a bardic inspiration.
The absolute fucking same. So it doesn't
All
matter.
right. Well, it doesn't make a difference.
Okay. 19.
19. Okay.
I rolled really low, thank you.
Oh.
Inspiration.
Yep.
So you are working with the most robust magic, the most important runes that you know. You're drawing on all of your knowledge here to try and be like, okay, if we are going to improvise a fucking spell, it's got to be the best. So here's the best shit I got, right? So you lay these runes out, you arrange them in sort of the proper sequence in the circle. What's the next step of your ritual?
Wait, I think what Alorn is going to do, actually, is she's going to these runes that she's drawing, she's going to, like, connect them to the old runes that her father wrote.
Interesting.
So it's going to be like a continuation of the magic he was using, so it binds his soul, but also gives a way for his soul to be free.
Okay. Kind of tapping into, it's like, all right, this was the first step. This is step 2. Right? Okay. So drawing on the additional magic of this older spell. Let's make this one. Let's make this one. I keep wanting to go back to Arcana, so I think this will have to be another Arcana check.
Take a bardic
They will all
inspiration.
be Arcana checks. So,
I know.
ooh. Rolled a natural 18, so I'm not going to use that bardic inspiration to save it.
Okay.
Well, 17 plus. But
Okay.
sure, none of these can be wisdom.
I mean, give me another step that is going to be more wisdom oriented. But you are connecting these two spells as best you can. It's a little tricky given that your primary medium here is this powdered gemstone. You have to find a way to kind of like thread that magical path into these carved runes, but you've got some like sticky stuff in your bag. You could probably smear that. You can stick some runes in that, kind of trace that up to the fucking the carvings and thread it that way. Should be good, right? Okay, so we got the runes set up. We have some blocks of, well, not blocks. We have a bunch of fucking joints.
Oh no, she took the blocks of incense from Alexa.
And the incense.
So she surrounded her father's body with incense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because she knows he carved runes into himself, she would also carve runes into his bones.
Interesting. Okay.
Give it a full cycle.
What
Okay.
happens if you put a soul in bones?
Well, I think it's to free his soul, because there's no way, he doesn't have a body to go back to. Either way. But we do have his body, so we can revive him. But my thinking is, since he literally carved it in himself, to begin with, him carving the freeing spell into his what's left of his body.
And you double checked with him to make sure that getting rid of his soul won't make this whole thing unravel?
She can double check with him when she goes in to talk to him.
Okay.
All right.
I never saw Lord again.
I think Alexi at this point is kind of seeing what you're doing. Will probably, now that he's kind of grokking the process that you got in mind, he'll start flipping through his spell book and making suggestions. He's like, we could try sort of a reverse planar binding here. Like there's elements in this that might be used, like trying to help as much as he can.
Small words.
Right. It's like, okay, try these. I guess the pelvis is probably the best place. That's got a lot of surface area.
Skull.
Skull, we're going to want to center, flipping through pages, finding more stuff. So eventually, you've got runes carved into the skeleton. We'll have this be a continuation of your previous check. So what's your final step here with this? Or not final, but I guess next step. Runework set out.
I think the next step would be, because she's drawing this on like druidic, so I think she would at this point probably sit inside the circle she created with her father's body, and she would start like chanting what she just wrote, like in the circle, all over his bones.
Okay.
And she'd like the incense and all that.
Okay. We'll make this one a spell casting ability check.
Yay! Okay. Thank God. And
Never do that. You'll roll low if you celebrate. You have a high stat in there. We've all learned the hard way.
Would it just be a +4 since it's wisdom, or?
Wisdom plus proficiency.
Okay. 23.
23. Okay. So going around the circle, down the body, reciting the runes, naming each one in sequence, and again in an unending circle, you begin to improvise this incantation.
She will not read what he wrote, though.
Your runes.
I will be reading my runes. Sorry, just for clarification, so I don't get soul sucked.
As you continue this process and the incense continues to burn and begins to fill the dome, it goes from being transparent to just this thick, heavy fog surrounding you and Alexi. I think after a couple of runs through the sequence, Alexi begins to join you. He sounds nervous. You can hear it in his voice, but he picks it up remarkably quickly. Hears it a couple of times and begins to recite it, follows your accent, everything down to the T. And the two of you repeat and repeat and repeat. And as you do, you watch the gemstones on the ground begin to glow.
Dope.
You can see them shining through the fog.
Okay.
And as you go, you see the runes on the bones begin to glow. Soon, there is a bright, shining druidic circle and skeletal body piercing the thick incense in here, and keep chanting. You're waiting for something to shift. You feel heady, slightly dizzy. The incense in here does make it a little hard to breathe. You know, there's only so much oxygen, but thankfully Leomans does give you that breathable atmosphere. So it's like, you know, it's you're keeping it going somehow. And you keep chanting. Alexei follows pace. He keeps a steady, measured cant with you. And you're waiting for that wobble. You're waiting for that shift in your perception as you recall with Burberry after being anointed by the oils. Fuck. And you're like, shit, is this going to work? You remember the silver placards. Suddenly, these are coming back to your mind. You're like, shit. But you keep focused. You keep chanting. You don't break the pace. You keep the rhythm. The glow persists. You remain standing where you are, looking down at the glowing skeleton. And as you're about call it, you feel something new, this unbidden thought. Clear and strangely familiar, like a voice you haven't heard in years, but you recognize it instantly. You hear Volos in your head. He doesn't sound pained. He doesn't sound belabored. He sounds as clear as the last time you saw him, if a little confused. Where am I?
Dad, are you my head?
Lauren?
Yeah.
Where are you?
In a circle, don't look down.
There's nothing here. It's all white.
Wait, all white? Oh, you're in your psyche, your mind.
My what now?
You're in your soul's mind. She says that as confidently as possible.
We could tell.
He sounds simultaneously intrigued and completely lost when he tells you, oh. Well, I suppose that explains it then. So what am I doing here exactly?
Your soul is tangled to this place, and there's going to be a connection somewhere in your soul that you need to go find and release.
Oh.
Like a bright, super bright light in front of you anywhere.
There's a lot of light. There's a lot of light.
What color? Is there a red one, perchance?
A lot of red.
Towards that.
That's everywhere. But there's a beam in the distance, white. It's pure white.
Oh, that one. Go to that one.
And there's streaks of blue kind of shooting up and down across the horizon too.
What color was the magic she was doing? Blue?
Which magic?
The magic on the bones was that glowing blue?
That's glowing like a white.
Okay.
The runes around the aperture of the seal are blue.
Go to the blue lights.
Okay. I guess I start walking.
No. So it's great. So you're in your own mind. So you can, like, manifest whatever you want. I think.
So I could swim.
Yeah.
It's this first thing that comes to his mind. He says, oh, this is so much better. Immediately. Meanwhile, Alexi's like standing across from you. He's like, what's going on? You stop chanting. Are you okay? You've just been staring off into space for like 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking to my dad.
Wait, did it work?
He's somehow in my brain talking to me, but he's also experiencing what I experienced in Burberry's mind, so I'm trying to guide him.
Oh.
I'm my father's spirit guide.
Yeah, okay.
Her dad's gonna end up in my head somehow, isn't he?
You don't know this is happening.
Burberry's just been like standing across the circle, and you just like there's that fucking totally opaque dome, which you know is a tiny hut.
Oh no, I'm not paying attention to it. I imagine she did this behind me because that seems like an Aloran move. So I'm just doing the thing where I'm putting in a spell for 24 hours.
Where Lauren will be with you there for 24 hours. They'll figure out his soul.
It might be a while.
Yeah.
I was gonna try to do it.
So in the meanwhile, Noelle, question for you: what are you doing? Because you've been kind of a bystander to this.
I think I'd be pretty intrigued by the fact that it worked to whatever degree it's working.
Yep.
And being privy to what she was doing. I don't know if I can get into the tiny hut. That would have been an Alexi decision.
Yeah, you'd be allowed in the hut. Come on.
I don't know if it was private. But no, I'll go in and
get hit by incense.
Yeah.
Instant headache.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very weird going from breathing water to breathing pure incense.
I know. It's just like the water's out of your mouth, like down.
Oh. Is it working?
Like Alexi like flares the gills in the deck. He's like, I'm so sorry. I know it's not easy.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. I can give myself gills, but it doesn't work like yours. Anyway, it's working?
Yes. Do you remember what they chanted at the actual ritual of Burberry that let us go in and help?
They said a lot of stuff. I could try to remember.
Can I also try to remember?
Yeah, I guess give me a history check.
God.
Both of us?
Yep.
I'll take a mark expression.
Wait, I still have one.
Well, they only last a minute, so.
Oh.
I thought they lasted 10 minutes.
I don't think they last 10 minutes. Whatever, I got tons of this shit. It's like candy.
Okay, well. Yeah, 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, well,
So
I'll take my
learn
back.
something. And I got a 24.
Okay, 24.
Probably better than I'm gonna roll.
Okay, so you're thinking back and you're like, okay, there were holy oils. You remember that part. You're like, okay, we didn't use oils. We didn't use the weird silver plaque they had. You also recall that you guys were also laying in circles of your own in like a larger circle around Burberry. He was like kind of in this central magic circle, and you were all sort of orbiting him. And you each had a priest standing over you.
Sorry, I just had a really funny idea. Please continue.
So you're like, okay, maybe it was an issue of, it takes one priest to get one person into the space, and then there needed to be more rune work to get, multiple people incorporated. Shit,
So, Lauren knows this druidic runes. So then I think she's going to make another druidic circle around herself. And she's going to, like, phrase it as... God, what's a smart way to phrase this?
Trying to do?
Well, she's trying to go into his soul and help him. Untangle it.
Perhaps Noelle and Alexi could, like, team up their knowledge here and have, like, a Lauren lay down and they try to improvise a rune for her.
Sounds good.
Sure.
And, she doesn't have a silver plaque, but she has, like, a gold... not gauntlet. Thing that covers the leg. That's not a shoe.
A greave.
Yeah, she has a gold greave. She'll like silver, right?
Wait, what?
What is the greave for?
I don't know, they used it in a ritual. Here you go.
Alexi takes it like,
They said silver plaque. This is a golden greave.
Okay. Do I hold this? Do you hold this? How does this work?
I remember, kind of. I'll walk Alexi through whatever the parts of the ritual that Allure didn't, cover.
Yeah.
And the funny thing that I was laughing about earlier is that you said that they were using holy oils.
Mm-hmm.
So she'd pull out oils, and she'd be like, these are definitely not holy, but they're oils.
I have a flask of oil. It's a little different.
Oh, no.
Wait, what oil are you talking about?
You animal.
What oil?
To put it PG, probably some kind of baby oil type of ointment solution.
Rhymes with coob, yeah.
Be anointed with lube. You animal.
As long as it's not flavored.
Alexi, this is really important. We have to make sure her body is completely oiled up. She has to be glistening.
I feel like she could handle this herself.
That's how you slide into the astral projection.
I need your hands to glide me in there.
Oh, Lord, flip over. We gotta get to the backside.
Meanwhile, back at the conclave, everyone's like, look, I mean, the oil works.
Oil is oil, man.
Oh my god.
Alright, so we're gonna lube up Lauren. Alexi's holding a golden shoe.
She's gonna be the slipperiest
drawing sigils on the ground. This is the most like trucker version of this spell.
Okay, no, but can we take a minute to just say, can you imagine if this works and Lauren's dead like you did? What?
It's gonna wake up covered in lube.
Like,
I'm
let me
back,
get this straight.
I
I
guess.
put a lot of time into figuring out how to do this, and you did it with a golden shoe and
We're working off the backs of giants. I will help Alexi. Can I do that?
Yeah, okay.
Take a bargain inspiration.
Bargain
It's
inspiration.
my one superpower.
Oh my god. Sorry, that's why I was
He rolled
laughing.
2 16s. And a 4.
Okay.
And Arcana.
I was giggling really hard because I was like, oh my god, what oils would Alorn carry on her? And I'm like, fucking lube.
30 from Alexi.
Hell yeah.
And Lauren's like, what? It's not my fault. Burberry wouldn't lend me stuff. And Burberry's like, I need spells and you wouldn't tell me what you were doing with it.
Everything's going great over here, Burberry. Don't worry.
As you're going, I think Alexi's like looking from the greave to you to the skeleton, and then you see like the light bulb moment for him. It's like, got it. And he
It all makes sense.
Wait, Alexi,
Nothing's
explain.
ever been more clear to me than what's going on right now.
All I know is somebody get looped up.
It's not holy oil, but I certainly use it at an altar.
Yeah. It ain't no holy oil, but...
There's something so amazing about him looking at a golden shoe, thinking, "Oh,
Wait, what's the...
I got it."
No, instead of carving the bones into runes into your bones, we just for the gold. It goes in the gold. Give me a second. He'll.
Oh, duh. As I'm looping up Lauren's body.
He fucking obviously.
Get with the picture, Alexi.
So he will
Do I
cast
look
fabricate.
really oily? This
You're
feels kinda
really
gross.
shiny.
Yeah, you're glistening.
Listening, even, yeah.
He
I'll
will.
sprinkle some gem powder on her just to make her look sparkly.
Oh, so now I'm a hooker. Oh, that was actually opal, guys! I'm a weird...
Just in time to meet your dad for the first time in a decade. All right, in you go. Alexi's gonna fabricate on the golds just because they don't want to spend forever fucking
Carving.
etching. Yeah, so he will.
They're on a deadline.
He will engrave the greave with a fuckload of runes. And as he hands it back to you to hold, you're like, oh yeah, no, this actually does look a lot like that silver plaque kind of now.
Do I need to, like, rub it on my glistening body?
Just hold it.
Okay.
He is going to help. Well, I guess he's probably not doing the loop part. He's doing the gemstone runes around you, getting you in a circle, and
I got the loop covered.
yeah, you have to.
You put that
I
way.
was like, I'll do the loop. Lauren's like,
With that, the two of you are ready to begin the incantation. So I'll say, give me a charisma check with proficiency, Noel,
Right.
and Alexia will make an intelligence.
So I'm gonna use my inspiration.
see, isn't it fun that I kind of winged it?
I'm still scared he's gonna somehow end up in my head, because you told him to go to the light.
Charisma check with proficiency?
Yes.
24.
Okay, good shit. Alexia got a 19 plus numbers. What's proficiency right now? Plus 5?
5.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, he got a 24 too. Cool. Chanting begins. And this time, Lauren, you do begin to feel your consciousness begin to warble. You feel a somewhat familiar, though very different sensation as the spell begins to take effect. Your perception of the bubble and of Noel and Alexi standing on either side of you begins to fade away. And as it does, you feel as though you are pushing through foliage or seaweed or thick undergrowth. And as you go, each step brings you closer and closer to the sun. You feel warmer. You feel brighter. You feel more and more sure of
That's what the oil's for.
the path. And before long, you find yourselves pushing up into a very different sort of landscape. The ground is the same milky, gleaming white as you recall from Burberry's foray, but the sky is blood red, angry.
Awful. Okay.
Across the horizon, you can see arcs of blue light, these massive, sweeping shapes, like tubes of neon, kind of sweeping across the sky, up and then back down behind the horizon. And in one direction, you can see a familiar beam of white light. Shooting up, out into infinity. What are you looking for that?
What?
So why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just waiting for you to be like, the Lauren spots her dad in the distance swimming.
Oh. Oh yeah, I guess he's there too.
Hey, what's
Honestly,
up? Just kind of waves.
honestly, he probably is a little bit glib like that, seeing you for the first time in forever long. I mean, he probably is like waist deep in the ground / water that you are currently standing on, not too far off from where you're currently standing, and he has just kind of stopped and is kind of just treading water and is like looking up at you with this very confused but still happy expression, just like, oh, you made it.
I feel like she'll like tentatively chop to poke him on the shoulder.
It's me.
So it's actually pokeable.
Yeah, he feels solid.
She's gonna hug him.
Give me he's like hoisting himself up out of the ground. He told me I could swim, and now I'm stuck. He wraps his arms around you. It's good to see you.
I missed you, Dad.
Although you are very, very pale. I'm also very, very pale in here. I feel like that's...
Yeah, it's just kind of that.
Yeah. Still.
So, actually, I think we do want to head to the bright beaming light, because I think that's like, if I remember correctly what the priest said, that's like the center of your soul type of thing, and I think we can go down in there and do some soul searching, find these tethers, unbind them from you, and then your soul will be free from this place.
I'm going to take your word for it, because I was 100% winging it when I got myself into this mess, and
Aren't you proud of me? I did this in less than like a day.
yeah, we've got a lot to talk about, I think. It's been... You have grown.
Yeah.
So, the white light?
I believe so. Can I do a history check to double check that information?
I mean, you would remember that
Absolutely do
light,
not touch it.
that light is a no-touchy light, but it is shooting through a hole that goes all the way down to like the core where that light is coming from.
So there is an entrance that way.
There is a hole there, the third eye, so to speak.
Ah, I remember the term. The third eye, Father. That is what it's called.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I was kind of leaving on incense. That shit was strong.
I will take your word for it, because I am flying blind here.
Well, not anymore. So we're gonna go over here to your third eye, and then we're gonna swim through the hole, and then we're gonna figure it out. The Lord wasn't actually there when Burberry figured it out.
Nope, you were fighting a god.
I was fighting a god while Burberry was fixing his soul. So
no shit.
yeah. So can't be that difficult.
Okay,
There was a
now
lot of manipulating memory, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be what we need to do with you.
okay, you've got a lot to catch me up on. Then it sounds like this is.
She will, as they are swim walking, she will fill him in about everything that she remembers from that adventure.
Sure. I think this is probably the spot to leave off, because we are coming up on 12:30 Central Time. So, as you two take off in soul space, and Alexi and Noelle stand over an extremely lubed up Lauren and her father's skeleton.
I'm glad I wasn't present for that.
Oh, I do have a question. What was Adlar's reaction during all of this?
Adlar's still on the ship. He didn't come out to follow you guys,
Oh,
because he doesn't really have a lot that he can do to help here. If you guys are just like researching and inspecting stuff.
He cast water breathing on us.
Yeah, he got you guys out there.
He's gonna be so mad.
He's just back on the ship with Barnaby, just like, listen, man, I'm really sorry about the other day. I was kind of a dick. Also, your gumbo is really good. I just thought you should know.
Thank you. I ate it all last night. I don't know if there was anything wrong with it or not, but
No. Lauren was just locking you away so you can destroy us all.
That got dangerously close to a fucking TPK.
I should have probably go apologize to the engineer since I did pinch off that tubing.
And blame him for it. Or blame that other guy for it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of apologizing on the ship today, but we can take care of that and more next time. So, can we get an MVP vote for the day?
I'm gonna actually give it to Barnaby because that was A+ on the RP.
I did appreciate that a lot, actually. I'll join you in a Barnaby vote. That was funny.
I'll take it. If I had another round, I was going to slip into the engine room and mess with all sorts of things.
Yeah,
I was waiting for you to just fucking destroy the engine and kill all of us. And that's the end of the Lost Emerald story.